You say that HK hates the civilian market, and it's a funny meme, but is there really anything outside of the MP7 that HK doesn't sell on the civilian market in the US anymore?
See, I'm only... I mainly been going off of like what other people who have told me about some of the shit going on because they're more experienced with firearms than I am, at least when it comes to private ownership.
I see. Well, here's the thing. It's true, but I think most of the people saying that are just upset that we still don't have the MP7, which is, an understandable gripe. But at the same time, I also understand, for example, why HK isn't exactly rushing and falling over themselves to bring an MP7 to market, because they first of all need to ruin the gun by putting it into semi-auto only. And it's also in a caliber that's not really common in the US.
Right. Yeah, the MP7, that type of round is expensive as shit.
Yeah. Oh, well, listen, like expensive. We have expensive rounds that are just common. 300 Blackout is not a pleasant round to run. I say that from firsthand experience. Cheapest you can find it is like 40 cents a pop, which is twice as much as 223. But at least it's common. Everyone and their dog either makes 300 Blackout, or at least it's easy to find reloading supplies for 300 Blackout. Same with 5.7. 5.7 is a ubiquitous round. You go into, I don't know, your local Cabela's and you can get yourself like a box of jacketed hollow point 5.7 rounds.
I still love that one quote from Russian Badger where he said like the 5.7 has a buff against poor people.
Very true. It's kind of ironic that Palmetto State Armory are the ones making what is de facto an MP7 chambered in 5.7.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The what do they call that? It's not the Rock. It's the 5.7X, I think they call it.
The 5.7X. Okay.
Yeah, but basically it's a poverty MP7 that's chambered in 5.7.
Huh.
I'm looking forward to that. I have no use for it, but it's a funny gun to own, especially at Palmetto State Armory prices.
Yeah. A friend of mine actually recommended, because like currently I am in the market for a concealed carry. He recommended for my beginner would be a PSA dagger.
Hey, can I butt in, please?
Sure.
Like with my unsolicited opinion,
go ahead.
Just buy a Glock. Just buy a Glock. Just start with a Glock. Glocks are a better entry point. I'll explain why. Because a Glock has the capacity to, first of all, forgive incorrect maintenance, and you can rely on it to be sort of a consistent medium against which you can sort of train and learn more about guns. And it's easier to find parts for it. Because despite the dagger ostensibly being a Gen 3 Glock clone, it doesn't play as well with Gen 3 Glock parts, or parts made for the Gen 3 Glock.
Right. So it would have to be PSA-specific parts. And
the PSA doesn't... Well, when PSA sells you something, it's more likely than not it's going to be OEM Gen 3 parts. So, like, you're either stuck with the gun as is out of the box, short of obvious things like lights and optics, or if you actually try and tailor it to your shooter experience as you continue to sort of gain experience and sophistication with using your tool, you're going to run into issues where the tolerances of the dagger are going to be off compared to the Gen 3 Glocks. And people are going to deride that with, don't mess with the internals of your guns, herder. Shut the fuck up. One of the reasons for the popularity of the Glocks is that you have a consistent platform with known tolerances where you can swap out key elements of it, and it is going to run as you tailor it to your use case. Like, I'm usually on the side of saying, hey, don't fuck with the trigger, for example, because stock OEM triggers are just fine. They need a little bit of break-in, like a couple hundred dry clicks usually gets you there, or get some polished parts. But generally, I don't fuck with the trigger mechanism. That one I never touch. Everything else is supposed to be adapted to how you're using the gun, and I will die on this hill. And the PSA dagger doesn't really save you a lot of money compared to the Glock, but it sure as hell gives you a lot more headache.
Right.
So if your frame is large enough for you to conceal carry a Glock 19, just get a Gen 6 Glock 19. It already has all of the shit that the dagger advertises as having over Glocks.
Didn't the Glock 19, or weren't the Gen 3s aren't they out of production now?
Yes, they are. Well, the Glock-made Glock 19 Gen 3s and 5s are out of production now. They were discontinued in November,
Will they be more expensive, or...?
It doesn't really make sense to hunt those down. I haven't seen them be much more expensive. I just think that Gen 6... So, Generation 6 is not worse than Gen 5. If anything, a lot of the quality of life features... The way I describe it is, a Gen 6 Glock 19 is a Gen 5... with about $1,000 worth of upgrades out of the box at the same MSRP. Because, yes, part of the changes are the compliance shit that they did in order to limit their liability for the California lawsuit. Yes, herder, musteppers, and all of that shit that's proliferated by people without degrees or who have never worked a desk job, but that's besides the point. The key difference is the grip texture is better. The gas pedal is better. The beaver tail is better. The trigger is better. And the magwell is better. And according to people who shoot an approximate 10,000 rounds per week, the recoil impulse is also better because they also changed the barrel profile and the recoil spring. So... like, according to people who shoot a lot, whose opinion I trust, that specifically being Ben Steger, the Gen 6 just runs, and the optic system seems to also be better.
Huh. Okay. So, like, yeah, because, like, I'm going to be honest with you, the majority of the firearm experience I've had was literally during my time in the National Guard. You know, I started out with literally the first firearm I ever got to use was the M16A2, and the one I used was a piece of shit because it was made by some third-party armory down in South Carolina, and it was like made out of the cheapest fucking material you can think of. Oh my god, the A2s we trained with were shit.
Listen, that's already more than most people, realistically. Even people who own a lot of guns, realistically not. The majority, I would say, don't really meaningfully train with them or engage with them. Unfortunately, most people exist in that mindset of, oh, I have this thing, and it somehow just automatically on the merit of existing already makes me safer. So, at least you've put reps in.
I will say this, thank God the A2s are only being used for training now and not in active service because holy shit. I remember Grantham actually doing a video about the A2 and how it was not a very good upgrade. But like the majority of the rifles I used in my time and once I got to my duty station was mainly the M4A1 carbine. Which was great. The one I had was beautiful. It was made by Colt. Thing worked like a fucking dream. Kept that damn thing clean all the time. And it was funny. Anytime we did have to clean our rifles, like, there was barely any dirt because I did such a great job the last time.
Well, not only that, the maintenance cycle of the M4 in the Army is exaggerated. As explained to me by an Army Ranger, it's exaggerated for the purpose of leaving the enlisted personnel with less time to do something stupid. So they're preoccupied with cleaning their rifle instead.
That's how it is. That's literally what it is. You got to keep the privates fucking busy doing something so they're not doing something dumb. And privates left to their own devices, man, they do dumb shit. They do very dumb shit.
I'd argue most people left to their own devices with too much free time are going to eventually find their way into doing dumb shit. It's not limited to privates in the Army.
I remember mechanics in my guard unit, and there were these two privates they were looking for. There were no. They found these dipshits hotboxing a Humvee. They were in so much. Oh my god, they were in so much fucking trouble. I like. I didn't even dare look in that direction because I knew that they were fucked.
How does getting caught with a Schedule 1 substance sort of gel with this army service?
Oh, you are gonna be in big legal trouble for one.
Well, yeah, because depending on the state, I guess.
And it wasn't even like they weren't even using Schedule 1. They were just vaping.
Is marijuana is like THC not considered a Schedule 1?
Oh no, it's considered a Schedule 1. No. They weren't even using THC. Well, I'm sorry. Hotbox, like the fucking Humvee itself was so goddamn cloudy with all that vape bullshit. It was from what I've understood, they weren't exactly using a controlled substance. It was just like regular vape.
But wait, what were they vaping? Just nicotine? Just for the shits and giggles?
Just nicotine for shits and giggles. They were just fucking around on their phones. Sorry, I forget that hotboxing means like to get high. I always thought of hotboxing. I always keep getting it confused with hotboxing just being like, just smoking a lot in an area and getting it really fucking smoky.
No, hotboxing very specifically, from my limited understanding, I'm very outside looking in on this, but from my understanding, hotboxing very specifically means creating essentially what is a marijuana sauna in an enclosed space.
Okay, so that's what that, okay, because like I always thought it was just a bunch of people fucking smoking over and over and over again, and then the whole room gets okay.
It's not. But for the benefit of the home viewing audience, when you fill out your 4473, which is your FBI NICS background check form, it's going to ask you if you've used controlled substances or prohibited. I forget the exact verbiage, but essentially the correct answer is no.
It should always be no.
It should always be no, but also it should not be a lie, at least as far as anyone on the internet can corroborate that. So if you aspire to own firearms, do not testify that you've consumed federally controlled substances on the internet.
So long as the feds don't know you did it, you didn't do it.
Yes. But also maintain plausible deniability.
Yes. Also, on the internet, always maintain OPSEC as well. Never give people even the slightest hint of where you're from. Because there are crazy autistic motherfuckers that will figure it out somehow.
I'd say there are shades of gray to that. See, as I've attempted to famously coin, the solution to doxing is living in a state with robust castle doctrine and no duty to retreat, and good firearm ownership laws.
That's why I'm living where I am now. By the way, you're going to hear the occasional motorcycle or asshole with like a loud bass with their car.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah. Oh god, but yeah, I actually so to kind of like, I moved to Texas a couple months ago. I'm not going to say the exact date. I'm going to say like mid-fall. I got to say it was damn what a drive. it was quite the drive, but I'll say living here has been refreshing. People here are a lot nicer, hell of a lot nicer, a lot more courteous, just friendly overall. Right.
I did note that. I didn't conventionally sort of move to Texas. Again, obviously, being a bright red Oni, I'm not a Texas native. They don't exactly make those here.
No, they don't. I don't remember that in the history books, them being native to Texas. I don't remember them being in the Alamo.
As you see, the Hell Portal opened right after the Alamo.
I understand. Well, werewolves aren't exactly native here either, so...
Yeah. But the thing is, I did sort of notice that I wouldn't call it a rural attitude. It is a very sort of Texas hospitality kind of thing. It shows itself in very odd things, starting with like day-to-day courtesy items that you don't really find in big cities. And it sometimes gets like odd if you're not used to it. Like, for example, I walk to get my groceries just because it's something to offset my mostly sedentary lifestyle. Loaded carries are good for you. It's that low zone 2 activity that you need to get in a little bit of in the week. And I had cars, dead ass, just stop by me on the road asking me if I need a lift to wherever I'm going. And that happened multiple times.
That's happened to me too, actually. I purposely walk to work because it gets my cardio in for the day. Takes me about an hour and a half walk to get to work. Sometimes less than that, depending on my pace and how my mood is for the day. But like, I just do it just to exercise, and then I'll have coworkers like offer me rides to and from. Like, I'm fine. They're like, "Are you sure?" I said, "Yeah." I'm like, "Yes, I'm fine."
Here's the thing. Is it cardio? Yes, it's zone 2 cardio. Is it exercise? For a metabolic response, it is not exercise. It does not count. I will die.
Not necessarily. You get what I mean. Just get to some cardio.
Yes, I know. You're getting activity in.
I mean, I do my own shit at home, before bed when I wake up in the morning.
Here's the thing. You need both. Just from a health and longevity perspective, you need both. You need what's referred to as zone 2, which is like some kind of stimulus that's not sitting, standing, that's not so rigorous that it alters the pace of your breathing and you can basically still speak while you're doing that. You still need that as well as more rigorous like zone 4, zone 5 cardio. You need both. It's just that one of these is not like the other.
Yeah. And the thing is, there's some people who just mainly walk for exercise. It's like, it's not necessarily like you need to do more than just the walking.
From a strictly metabolic response, it is not exercise because exercise elicits very specific metabolic pathways in your body, but it has to actually be like strenuous exercise.
No, it's one thing if you're carrying a very heavy load, right, and you're walking at a brisk pace, maybe.
That's still zone 2. It's still not. No.
Yeah, it's still zone 2.
Yes.
Like, but even then, like, it's, I don't know. I feel like jogging or going for like a
jogging is jogging is an exercise because jogging requires a little bit more.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Jogging would count as an exercise. Jogging or going for a run would count as exercise.
Yes, anything that's deliberate effort, basically. See, being in an age where I can very tangibly see signs and indications of the fact that I am getting older, like my recovery is worse, I recover from injuries worse and slower. I'm becoming becoming a lot more cognizant of things and protocols I should abide by if I want to retain my quality of life for like the next 50 years.
Yeah, I've been slowly reintroducing myself back into a routine. I fucked up my back while I was in the service, so I've gotten a bit lazy over the years, I'm not gonna lie. Not in bad shape, but could be better.
There's always that place when you could be doing more things, like realistically, like when there's room for more effort and more structure and it's not quite being filled. I've found myself in a place like that at times.
There's being in shape, and then there's being like in military shape. I'd like to get back into military shape.
That's a good guiding star. I don't see why not. Listen, if money was no object and I didn't have to obsess over a career trajectory, I would just YOLO everything into qualifying for a ranger course.
Shit, yeah, that's a lot of work, but fuck, man, if you want to go for it, go for it. What, I'm not going to stop you.
My main deficit is running. I don't like running. I don't do enough running, and I don't train specifically for their quals, for their running quals. I am slightly behind their requirements for running, because I think you need something like, I forget. So basically, you're supposed to consistently run like a sub 8-minute mile, and you're supposed to do that, I think, for 3 miles. And I just don't retain the pace. I can do 1 mile for sub 8 minutes, but I can't retain that pace for like 2 or 3 miles.
Right. So when I was at like the very peak of my, I was like in the best physical shape of my life. At my peak, I could cover was it? I could cover 2 miles in about, if I remember right, let me look it up because it's been so damn long. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, you have to cover 2 miles in at least 60 minutes. I was able to cover 2 miles in 13.
Nice. So that's like on average a 7.5 mile minutes per mile pace. That's very respectable.
Yep. I was a very good runner. Like, I was actually, during basic training, I was one of the best runners in my platoon.
I'm looking to slowly reintegrate running once it gets a little bit warmer and I unfuck my back because unlike you who injured it doing something useful, I fucked my back up for free.
Oh god, what did you do?
Oh, I did a number of things over the years. Well, first of all, most of my vertebrae are compressed just from axial load.
Oh.
They're not misaligned. They're just a little concentrated. But then I also started doing a lot of judo while simultaneously cutting weight. And that was not a very cash money idea because I've caused like chronic tension in my glute. And yeah, that's misaligning several vertebrae in my spine. But instead of getting that addressed, I continued doing judo. I got injured multiple times and re-injured, and then finally, the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak, was the new kid joining our school who was doing drilling with me, and because he's half my body weight, he barely managed a shoulder throw, but then lost his footing and fell with his entire body weight on my chest, exactly in the space where I already had a hypermobile vertebrae.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That had to hurt like a bitch.
In the moment, it was fine. When I tried to lay down to sleep that night, no, not very great. I had to go to the emergency room to get myself a bottle of muscle relaxants.
God damn. Yeah, for me, what happened was, it was just a combination of shit, honestly. Just a lot of just torture to my back during my time in. I was with a lot of fuck-ups during my time in basic and in AIT, advanced individual training. That's the shit you go to train for, that you sign up with your recruiter after you get done basic training. And God, I was part, especially in AIT, it was bad because I was part of this group of retards. The platoon leader, she fucking sucked. She was so fucking retarded. These were a bunch of, like, I'm sorry not to be a shithead, but these are people from the hood. A lot of them were hood people. So a lot of fighting. It was like Jerry Springer every fucking day with these goddamn people.
To be fair, at least they were aspiring for some kind of social mobility out of the hood and into the military. So I applaud at least.
But they were very undisciplined. I don't know where the fuck they went to basic, but they would not have lasted with my drill sergeant. This is all I'm gonna say. And holy shit. We were getting smoked. We were getting smoked worse than basic training a lot of the time. And the one smoke session I always fucking hated doing was the V-up. I don't know if you're familiar with the V-up, but it is a sit-up, but not only are you moving, like, you know how, like, normal sit-ups, it's your upper body?
Yeah.
That you're moving up and down.
Okay, yes.
So it's like that, but you're also moving your legs up into the position of a V. And he had us doing this in like quick succession.
Oh, lovely. I actually prefer the V-up to just regular crunches because they hurt my back less.
Right. Oh, well, the V-ups fucking killed my back.
So
we did a lot of that, did a lot of those. I remember getting to my guard unit. And when I finally got there, Now, it just, oh God. We had people that would fuck up a lot too. Not as much, but still fucked up here and there, you know?
See, I think, like, you brought up the fact that you don't know how they got through basic training. I think the issue is that up until very recently being, this January, I don't think drill sergeants were allowed to do a lot of things in terms of, enforcing discipline and standards.
Okay, so by the time I was in, right, it was the beginning, it was during the Obama administration, right? I think this was near the end of his first term. He was getting ready to campaign for his second term against Mitt Romney. And I remember it was pretty rough when I got in. I think I was like one of the last cycles to have like a real like Army basic training experience. And then not too long after my cycle, I heard they started pussifying it, where like you couldn't even get smoked. But they didn't do the shark attacks.
You're gonna have to translate into civilian for a lot of these terms.
Okay. So the shark attack.
No. Go even further back. What do you mean by getting smoked? Is it something just
smoke session? Yeah. So smoke session. All right. So it is what the Army would technically call corrective training. Basically punishment.
Okay.
So like, the push-ups, doing any kind of fucked up mundane task that would be designed to put you in the most physical fucking pain and without injuring you. Technically, but a lot of these things, they will injure you over time.
So it's basically punitive exercise with the added benefit of fitness.
To an extent, yes. But it's also like, okay, give you an example. Let's say platoon isn't taking, like, they're not properly keeping their barracks clean. The drill sergeant would go and make them empty out their lockers.
Okay.
Flip over their mattress, take off all the linen and everything.
Okay.
Take all the shit out of their lockers. Take their lockers outside. Dismantle the lockers and start washing them by hand. And then bring them back in. Crazy shit like that. Or one I've heard from other people, thank God I never experienced it, but they called it Summer Beach Paradise. Where
I love the naming.
You have to go outside, fill all your pockets and your backpack with sand. Then you go back into the barracks and you empty it out on the floor. And you do this again and again and again and again until your entire platoon has enough where it's like 2 inches deep. And then the drill sergeant would then make you take buckets of water, bring them into the barracks, pour them over the sand and make mud. And then make you crawl through the fucking mud and all this other crazy shit. And then you have to clean this shit afterwards.
Naturally.
Right? And make sure all that mud and shit is out of there. Just humiliating, menial tasks to get you to get the point across. Like, don't, like it's kind of get the idea of consequences.
Whatever you did to be in this place, it's there to make sure that you never arrive here again.
Exactly. Like, if you fucked up this bad for this shit to happen, you need to make sure you don't have this shit happen again.
Makes sense. At least internally consistent.
Right. Like, I mean, anybody who has seen Full Metal Jacket will have seen a couple examples of this shit. And, one thing, unfortunately, when I was in, we weren't allowed to do was the blanket parties. Or the sock parties. I don't know if you've seen that one scene where Private Pile, he got everybody, to do push-ups and shit, because his fat ass smuggled a donut into the barracks. And while he's sitting there eating the fucking donut, everyone else is doing the push-ups and shit. So everybody got tired of Private Pyle's shit, got tired of him being a fuck-up. So the guy underneath him, takes his blanket, wraps it around Private Pyle so he can't move.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other Marines were putting, I think, batteries in their socks. And then they all line up and they all take turns just whacking him in the chest with it.
Ooh, lovely.
Yeah. While he has got a gag in his mouth and everything. To not wake up the drill sergeant. Yeah. So, like, that shit that by the time I was in, they were trying to, like, do away with. Mm-hmm. But honestly, I feel like you should have shit like that because it keeps these fuckers in check. Because I watch Angry Cops. I don't know if you watch Angry Cops.
I dabble.
But, like... he covers a lot of dumb shit people do in the military, and my god, these young people now in the military, not trying to sound like an old man, but they are fucking retarded. They need something to hold them accountable, because I'm going to be honest with you, I'm glad I'm not in, because if I was in, so my military career, unfortunately, I wasn't able to complete my contract because of the back injury, and I was still junior enlisted by the time I got out. But shit, if I had still been in, I would have been like an NCO by the time I was done, because I signed up for like a 7-year contract. And fucking A, man, that if I was still in, if I chose to make it, because I was going to make a career out of it originally, and if things had gone right and I was still in, made a career out of it like I had planned, these kids, I would be locked up. Oh god, the shit they do. The shit they say on social media. Like, I don't know if you remember that one.
Yeah.
That one really dumb bitch who said that, she would happily take away American citizens' guns and shit.
Well, there's a number of them. You're going to have to narrow it down because, unfortunately...
Well, that's a lot of them, unfortunately. Yeah, that's a dime a dozen. These kids are fucking stupid. They're dumb. Absolutely retarded.
Sort of comes with the territory of not really having a lot of life experience. So.
Well, yes, but some of them, and not even like junior listed. It's also, I've seen officers, junior officers. I've seen fucking NCOs who've been in for a while and should know better than to fucking open their stupid fucking mouths. And I'm like, how the fuck did you enter the military? It's supposed to be like one of the most conservative kind of environments. You got like these lib shit motherfuckers.
So here's the thing, like on paper at the very least, the military is supposed to be apolitical to the extent that anything can be apolitical.
Well, yes, apolitical, yeah, but
yeah,
it's kind of an unwritten rule. A lot of people in the military usually are there.
I wouldn't say that it's an unwritten rule. It's just that people who find
not unwritten rule, but like
I think it's a tendency. People who hold a lot of conservative values will either have competences that are sought after by the military, or will have internal reasoning that would bias them towards enlisting with the military. That is a larger trend,
essentially, and the majority of enlisted usually are conservative from what I've experienced. I used to be an absolute fucking lib shit retard in my late teens until I joined the military, and then I got exposed to other ways of thinking, and then I started to wise up. Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Now, yeah. And by the time I got out, I was very conservative. I hid it from my family, who were diehard Democrats, which was, oh god, that was a pain.
It's funny how in basically the 2020s, you now have to be a closeted conservative in a lot of parts of society.
Oh yeah, and what is even the 2020? This was like what, the 2010s?
Well, yeah, probably more so the 2010s even.
But in the 2020s, yes. Unfortunately, I had to hide my power level quite a bit. I mean, especially now that liberals are saying the quiet part out loud that they want conservatives dead.
I would say, see, the thing is, I disagree with labeling those people as liberals. Those are just revolutionary commies.
I wouldn't say
those are just open communists. These are agitating leftists who are just directly opposed to our way of life.
That is true. I did word that poorly.
No, it's not that you worded it poorly. It's that they've done a great job co-opting the term liberal. They've captured that label as supposedly belonging to their side. However, if you pay attention to the rhetoric of the more violent and the militant wings of the left, they often also let it slip that liberals get the bullet too, because they internally delineate between liberals and leftists, because the objective of leftism is communism, and liberals are mostly useful idiots.
Unfortunately, they don't know they're being co-opted. And I kind of noticed that too when I was younger. I was never far left, right? But what was the quote from Winston Churchill? If you live to 20 and were never a liberal, you don't have a heart. If you're 30 and if you live to 30 and you've never become a conservative, then you don't have a brain.
Something to that effect, yeah. I'm not sure if that's a Churchill
something
quote.
To that effect. I don't know. At least I don't know. Maybe it's not Churchill, but whoever the fuck posted the quote, I guess, put credit it to the wrong person.
My favorite misattributed quote, which is possibly completely fake, but I still choose to believe it because it's funny, is a quote that's attributed to Admiral Yamamoto that we have in. What was it? Was it the Sleeping Giant? No, that if Japan were to invade mainland America, there would be a rifle behind every blade of grass. There is no written testament of it being said. I choose to believe it. Source: it came to me in a dream.
Just kind of like how a lot of people are like, the whole thing about Maduro's tomb, or not Maduro's tomb, sorry.
Not yet.
Chavez. The whole thing about Hugo Chavez's tomb getting blown up by our guys may not be true, but holy shit, it'd be funny as fuck if it was.
Well, I mean, it was blown up.
Or, I'm sorry, funny as fuck if it is.
Yeah.
It was confirmed to be blown up?
Yeah, the tomb, absolutely.
Hell
they
yeah!
They bombed the shit out of it. That's the funny thing.
Fuck that motherfucker.
There's speculation on the subject of, well, maybe there were sort of anti-air emplacements there, but just from the general sort of publicly available information, they did it just because they had a payload, they had extra assets in the area, they had nothing, they had no other targets, and Hugo Chavez's tomb was right fucking there.
Whoever did that, I want to buy them a beer.
Well, we'll have to wait about a decade for.
Before the declassified documents.
I want the body cam footage. I want it fine. Sanitize it for OPSEC, for means and methods, for whatever. I want footage of high-speed Delta guys clearing that entire compound, just doing high-speed CQC.
Oh, man. I would like to recreate that in Arma.
There you go.
That would be fun to do. Holy shit. Have you seen the really funny AI animated thing somebody did?
I did the anime style, the sort of the anime trailer.
The Fafo? No, the Disney Pixar one, Fafo.
No, that one I didn't see.
And he's like, oh, they made Maduro a midget. And he's like, the president is a coward. The U.S. president is a coward. And then it says 7 hours later, and he wakes up and there's a bunch of brick shithouse Delta operators around him, and the one dude goes, "How about that? Quicker than DoorDash."
Pretty much.
I love it.
Pretty much.
Oh man, that day when the news came out about what we did, I went and bought a bunch of American flags to put in front of my house.
Nice. Good man. I still need to get myself a flag carrier for my kit. because I want to have some kind of like a good representative flag. I do want to source it. I'm probably just gonna buy one off the Missouri, because it is the Missouri. The USS Missouri Museum sells a flag that they fly over the deck. So
Really?
yeah, a lot of museum ships do that.
Hopefully a flag made in the United States, not China.
Yes. So the museum ships very specifically use American-made flags. They usually sell them for like $100 a pop. If it's like on,
shit, that's worth it.
Yeah. This is relatively cheap. You can get ones that are flown on specific dates, I think, on certain museum ships. Those are probably going to be charged a premium, but basically most active museum ships will have that as something that they sell in their gift shop. I know that all of the Pearl Harbor museums do that. I know that the Bofin does that. I know that the Missouri does that. Kind of blanking on the other ones. The Iowa probably does that. The Texas the Texas currently doesn't do that because she's in dry dock still. What other ones do that? I don't think...
Oh, speaking...
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I don't think any of the aircraft carriers do that.
Oh, that would be cool if they did. You know what's crazy, too? Do you remember that convention they did, the USS Hornet?
Oh, Carrier Con? Yeah, they do that every year.
Yeah. I want to take part in that. I really do. But, like, I don't have enough, like...
Here's the thing.
I'm still small fish.
I don't... First of all, you underestimate how small Carrier Con is. They're not very picky. You could just have a booth there. The problem with Carrier Con, at least for me, is that it's in Oakland. Like, it's not just in California. It's in, like, the city with the highest per capita murder rate in California.
Oh, fuck that. Yeah, I would not be there physically then. I would just be there as, like,
as a tablet?
You know, like the little... Yeah, as a tablet.
Well, then you need to organize that stuff. And again, that's even... I don't know what would be more overhead, to do that or to go there physically. I've been on the Hornet. It's a nice museum. Right. I've actually spent I didn't spend one night. I think I spent like 3 nights on the Hornet. We were there for quite a while. I hear it's
super fucking haunted too.
Like, we've done the haunted tour. It's a crock of shit is putting it very nicely. Like, here's the thing.
I get if you're a skeptic. I'm more of a superstitious type.
It's not that I am a skeptic. It's just that the haunted tour and the tour guides and the things that they were showing were just facially ridiculous. And the way they were trying to sort of overprove this, you know, the having that flashlight that loses contact randomly, and so it flickers and it makes it look like there's something there. Like all of these sort of, you know, ghost hunting dick riders, they don't do justice to even the tangible esoteric stuff they're trying to represent. At the same time, any aircraft carrier, especially one that's been through a number of campaigns and therefore has sort of worse for wear decks, especially historical decks that still have their sort of decayed interiors from the Korean War, from World War II, they're going to look haunted as fuck, because if it's on the lower decks, there's no natural light coming in. Like, you go down into the mess hall of the Hornet, there are no windows. The mess hall, right, the med bay, the lower enlisted quarters, it's just pitch fucking black. Like, whatever light source you have on you is not enough to give you enough illumination, and your mind is going to start filling the gaps, especially since the
pareidolia.
Yeah, the ship is on the water. It still makes noises as it sort of lists and turns.
It's gonna shake. It's gonna shake a little bit.
Yeah. Well, you don't really feel the shake because it's basically a floating city, but you're going to hear it, especially since it is an older aircraft carrier and it has like older unrestored decks. Or, for example, some of the higher decks that are underneath the flight deck, they're, at least when I was there, they were still unrestored. So you had like very, very weathered briefing room interiors where you had like these leather chairs falling apart, old rusty portcullises and whatnot. There is definitely an ambience to it, especially at night, especially if you don't know your way around that place well. Like, I can see how that gets spooky very fast.
Right, that would creep me the fuck out. It's just like, I don't know. Like, I've had experiences. I lived in a house that was haunted for 5 years. It was not fun. I hated it. It was, and it fucked with my anxiety too, because like all the time you're like kind of on edge, even if you're trying to if you're trying to relax, you're worried some shit's gonna happen.
I get that.
To like disturb your peace.
I get that to an extent. The apartment I lived in that I rented with other people when I lived in London was that way. Most of the apartment was fine, but one of the bedrooms had like a very unpleasant vibe to it. So it was like the secondary bedroom, and the lights in the primary hall wouldn't go into that sort of secondary bedroom. Basically, there was a corridor that winds out of the central hall, and the shadows from the doorway just converge, and like, I don't know, maybe a yard into it, it just fucking stops. It's just fucking pitch black. You cannot see into the room at night. Unless there's a light inside, unless there's some kind of light source that's already on inside of the room, you just can't fucking see into it.
That's creepy.
Yes, and everyone who's slept in that room has consistently had like recurring, vivid, almost lucid nightmares.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
And it was
hell no.
And it was also the bedroom that had a set of windows that was overlooking the sort of the inner yard of the building, because it's like a U-shaped building. And right. I swear to God, like, I was scared to death of looking up into that window, even knowing,
because you thought something would be looking at you.
I thought something was dead ass was going to start looking at me from that window. Despite me knowing absolutely 100% certainty there is no one home at this time.
Oh, that's creepy. That is. Oh, fuck that. Fuck that shit, man. I had shit where, because like this house. So this was one of several houses we were renting from that were originally, they're like over 100 years old. They're knocked down now. They're no longer there, but they're over 100 years old. And this whole like lot of houses leads up to a creepy abandoned mill, which is no longer there. But it looked like the fucking factory from Deriz, the zombies map. It was really fucking creepy, like all these vines and shit everywhere. Anyway, like some shit out of Stalker. And these houses they were originally meant for the mill workers and their families during the Industrial Revolution. Of course, you know, back then, the safety standards weren't exactly common.
More of a suggestion.
Yeah, more of a suggestion. You know, this is the time where the rich people got away with a lot more than they do now. And although they still get away with a lot of shit. I mean, you get what I mean. Like, back then, there was shit. They were doing the quiet part out loud.
It's back when we were still putting asbestos on our roofs, yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. So there would be weird shit. I remember I would sometimes, like, the kitchen would face out the backyard, which was like a fuckload of trees out there. And I would sometimes see, like, shadow figures staring at me.
Lovely.
Yeah, it was creepy. And I'd look up, the shadow figure would notice I looked at it, and then would dart off into the yard of the next door neighbor.
At least it didn't go into your yard.
Yeah, well, it was standing in my yard. But, and then there would be times where I remember the creepiest thing was I was downstairs, the air conditioning was on. I had a bedroom up in the attic. This was during my time in high school, and the attic was so hot during the summer,
Mm-hmm.
and there weren't like proper windows to put an AC unit up there.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be downstairs in the living room during the summer. So I had my PlayStation, all that shit down there, right? And I remember I was watching TV. The box fan we had was unplugged. Unplugged. You could see the plug right in front of it.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, the fucking thing powers up and starts spinning for a brief moment, and then it stops. And I'm just like, what? I chose not to acknowledge it because I knew if I acknowledged it, the shit would get worse. And it just the creepiest thing, I think.
Have you watched or read Miruko, the girl that sees? I don't know how they translate that one.
I have not. No.
You have not? It is the best sort of it's a little bit sloppy in the sense of like it's very surface level sort of horror slop and when it starts out. I'm not gonna just give away a major spoiler with that because that's like just the premise of episode 1. Basically, a schoolgirl suddenly starts seeing all of the shit that just is supernatural around. She sees spirits, shades, and it's a full bestiary of shit. Its own ecosystem hunting each other, creepy as all fuck.
What?
Yes, and she basically, like, the premise of the first episode is that she sort of intuits the fact that she better keep a poker face and not acknowledge any of those things as to not tip them off to the fact that she can see them.
Oh fuck!
It's great. The anime is great. Unfortunately, it only had 1 season. I got bored of waiting for a continuation. I just started reading the manga. The manga is the tits. Once it gets over,
really?
Yes, once it gets over the sort of the initial premise, once it builds up enough tension with like positioning you into the story and into like what is who are the key players, what's going on, so and so on. This is where the actual story starts. As good Japanese storytelling is, they spend a sizable amount of time on exposition. Once your exposition is done, the real story starts, and it gets real creepy and in a esoteric kind of way. Definitely a hard recommend.
Oh, I will. You gotta give me the name of this, because now I want to check it out.
I'm gonna give you the name. The other great horror manga I liked, which was it's like a slow burn and it never really goes anywhere with it, but Strange House was a cool reading experience.
Strange House. All right,
yeah,
I'll check that out.
It's basically it's like a detective manga with horror elements to it. It starts with a very mundane thing where someone sends an odd house plan to like a floor plan of a house, a single family home, to a journalist, and then points out inconsistencies, and then they start theory crafting, and then it gets all spooky. But you know what? It's again pretty cool. I read the entire thing, enjoyed it thoroughly.
Huh. Yeah, that sounds cool, actually.
Yeah.
I actually have been. I forget what you call that, where like you have the idea for the story and you're just kind of writing down the ideas first and trying to figure out what fits before you write the first draft.
I would call that drafting, or I don't know if there's a word for it.
I don't know. So it's something I've been wanting to work on for a bit. I just hadn't had the time because of the living situation I was in. But the idea was going to be, it was going to be a story set in kind of like the setting of my Vtuber character, right? Like the whole Fenrir security thing.
Okay.
And it was going to be a young woman who was a computer science major, right? She's going to school. It was going to take place in the city of Philadelphia. Kind of a personal bias because, from there. But I learned a lot while going on these like historic tours and ghost tours in the city. The city's known for that. But like the idea was going to be, it's this young woman. There is this shit going on in the city where there is this cult that is going around doing random terrorist bombings. And what happens one day, she comes back to her dorm, and her dorm is on the list of targets. And her fucking dorm gets blown up.
Mm-hmm.
And she's trying to get the attention of the people around her, all the rescue workers and shit. Nobody can seem to, acknowledge her. Almost like she's invisible. And then she looks down and she sees her mangled body and she's like, oh fuck, I am dead. So she is trying to accept the fact, oh fuck, I am dead, I'm a ghost now. And then she finds out, so the way I wanted to mix real life ghost rules that people, that have been not necessarily proven, but you know what I mean. Like a lot of people generally, a lot of paranormal enthusiasts would agree upon, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like certain rules where ghosts are stuck to the place they die. She's one of the few ghosts that actually has the ability to roam away from where she died. So here she is wandering the streets of Philadelphia, trying to accept being a ghost, trying to learn how to use her abilities as a spirit. And then she will actually run into many notorious ghosts that have actually been talked about in various ghost tours in Philadelphia and shit like that. She even comes across some of the ghosts of historic figures like Ben Franklin, shit like that. So each of them kind of helping her and mentoring her to accept the fact that she is dead and kind of help her. What's the word?
Acclimate.
Acclimate, yes. As the story progresses, she starts realizing, oh, I'm a poltergeist. I can manipulate shit. Oh, certain people I can actually possess, depending on how strong-willed they are. And the more resilient the person, the harder it's going to be to stay in possession of them. So she does all this shit to try to find the people who killed her and to get revenge.
Okay.
As the best she can as a spirit. I know, it sounds corny, but...
Not really, no. It seems like a very solid premise. You have vengeful spirit, character arc.
Yeah.
You just gotta execute it.
And it kind of goes more into the question of... Is it possible, what would it be like if you could possibly weaponize a ghost? Because I feel like that's a terrifying concept.
Well, it depends on sort of your larger rule set, I would guess. The extent to which it can engage, the extent to which it can solve certain objectives, and then what are countermeasures that are available to you. Because if a hypothetical ghost can interact with the world, then the world also has a means of interacting with the spirit.
Right. So, yeah, obviously I didn't want to make her too overpowered, so I did want to have some limitations where if she gets too angry, if she gets too violent, if the vengeance aspect overtakes her too much, the way I explain is spirits have different colored auras, right? If you were a male spirit, your aura is kind of like a blue. You kind of have a blue tint to you. If you're a woman, you have more of a pink tint to you. I'm sexist, I know, but whatever. I wanted to make the story to translate into a manga at some point. I, kind of wanted to. Never mind. Anyway, but the idea would be the angrier she would get, her aura would start to take more of a red form, which would be kind of the aura for more evil spirits. And the more she would do that, she would get the attention of the Reaper. So what I wanted to do was there's two different spirits that will take people into the afterlife. There would be the Reaper, who would take people to hell, and then you would have the Angel of Death who would take you now to heaven.
Mm-hmm.
So depending on where she goes about it, if she starts getting a little more violent, like if she's killing one too many people, like if she starts killing innocent people, the Reaper is going to come after her
Mm-hmm.
and look for her. If she's a lot more, you know, what's the word?
If she doesn't run out her social credit ghost score.
Pretty much, yes. Almost like a wanted system in the afterlife is essentially what happens.
I see.
And, you know, the whole rules would be like the ghosts that are still like on this earth, in this state of limbo, it's because they have some sort of unfinished business. And the whole purpose of them to move on is to get that unfinished business taken care of. And they can, you know, go to wherever they need to go. Obviously, more evil spirits, they don't want to go to hell. So there's that. But yeah. But enough of me, you know, sharing my cringe ass.
Listen, this is a solid premise. If I were to pull up my old writings that I did when I was using that as an outlet for my wage cage frustration, trust me, the degree of cringy self-insert Gary Stewishness would just drive anyone who reads it to seek a Remington haircut.
That's fair. I mean, like, shit. For my own lore, I even try to make my character less OP, like, shit. Like, he's weakening it. Like, he may have a healing factor. Because he's inspired by a mix of the Punisher and Wolverine. And just like Wolverine, you know, he's got a healing factor. But because he's a werewolf, he has certain drawbacks. You know, obviously silver being one of them. Fire, absolutely. Any kind of high caliber round to the head is just going to do him in. But like if he gets hit by a conventional firearm at any other part of his body, he's good. But if the head's taken out, that's it. It's donezo.
Okay. Again, perfectly reasonable. No, everything I did was just basically trying to manifest a good place where I would like to be, both professionally and in terms of, you know, expendable income and ridiculous things that I do by the time I'm in my mid-30s.
Power fantasy.
Basically like a glorified power fantasy. As part of it, I wanted to have like a little workshop that's hidden underground, where I would have 3D printers running and printing carbon fiber nylon barrels for firearms that would be interchangeable.
Oh, that would be badass.
Yeah, basically I tried to twist, how should I put this? It was an attempt to use the world of consulting and professional services, but instead of like audits and consulting, it's actually an assassination industry that's also like regimented, regulated, completely transparent, just exists out in the fucking open. Like you hire PricewaterhouseCoopers to execute a hit on a target that is legally justifiable for you to place that hit, essentially. And I tried to imagine the infrastructure that would go into that, both in terms of OPSEC, technological solutions for certain problems. And then, you know, because I lack imagination, I would also attach just deathly amounts of weeaboo bullshit and science fiction. Thankfully, thankfully, the iPad, which contains a lot of the rough drafts, I don't think it turns on anymore, so the world is spared that.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I've written some shitty things in the past, and thank God they're gone.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. So,
but
I think creative writing is an interesting exercise. It forces you to sit there and think about things. It's a good
and you
exercise.
learn about yourself.
Yeah. If you do that with enough introspection, so I think it's a useful exercise just to at least go through the motions, even if you don't take it to completion. Taking it to completion is an exercise in and of itself, because you get to engage with like a real business process where you figure out how to self-publish or how to go through a publishing house. You get to engage with an existing industry. And you could also pat yourself on the back for once publishing something that's not women's erotica, which seems to be the predominant. For once, it's not something about milking minotaurs.
Oh, Jesus. I will admit the ghost story. The idea for the character's design in my head, because like I said, I wanted to turn it eventually into a manga. Have it start as a light novel, make it a manga, but I did kind of want to make her a little fan servicey.
Sure, why not?
Sex sells, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there are people out there, I'm not going to say who, but some people are really into ghosts.
Oh, listen, whatever people are into. There are worse tags to proactively look for, so Ghost is not the worst one of them.
I feel like that's more tame, honestly.
Yes.
I mean, like, I forget there was like a ghost character from something, I forget what the fucking movie was, but a lot of people thought she was like hot as shit. I can't remember the goddamn movie. Fuck.
It's sort of like on the back of my mind. I feel like I know what you're talking about. It's probably some 90s.
Yeah, I think it was like some 90s like straight to TV movie or something.
Probably. Shit. Yeah, I think I've also seen it, but because it was so generic and forgettable, I can't even recall a name or even who played what there.
Right, yeah. Although I might have to rewrite my thing now because there's that show that sitcom that's been out, Ghosts.
I don't follow, so I'm not aware. You're gonna have to tell me.
Okay, so I've watched it with my mom. It's cheesy, but it's a very fun tongue-in-cheek kind of cheesy. But like it's this mansion out in the middle of bumfuck New York. And it has had so many different people die on the property over the years, even before the mansion was even built, that there's these various different ghosts that are in this property, and they're all of various, like, time periods, and they've all died in very weird, kind of comical ways. They're all, like, a bunch of goofy fuck-ups, and they're just dysfunctional as all hell, and this couple moves in, who inherit the mansion, and they think that they're going to turn it into a hotel, and then they find out, oh, it's just going to be a quaint little bed and breakfast where only a few rooms are going to be able to. Okay, we're all right with that, but like the wife of the couple, right? She gets a near-death accident in the first episode, and now she's able to see and hear the ghosts, and now here she is trying to run this B&B. But also babysit these fucking immature ghosts who are like whiny, incessant children.
You know what? As a premise, that works. I mean, what we do in the shadow,
it works.
What we do in the shadows also worked for a lot of the same reasons, because they took something that's like a supernatural premise, but also had petulant but partially self-aware characters sort of driving the plot. For one, it was a very good appearance by Mark Hamill. Which, you know, anytime...
I don't like him very much.
Listen, anytime that he doesn't have access to his Twitter account, he's great.
Oh, yeah. He's great. I wish he didn't have a Twitter account,
yes.
I'm going to be honest with you. Because Twitter killed the movie star.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I wouldn't say...
No. Because, like, look, most people assumed a lot of these celebrities were, like, pleasant people. They played characters that a lot of people grew up with and adored. And then once they had access to a thing where they could just share their thoughts with the world at any fucking time, that's when people started realizing who their true colors are.
Yeah, turns out they're all just vapid adult pretenders who've never done an honest day of work in their life, like, in a lifetime.
Yeah. I think the only people I can really forgive, honestly, is like Keanu Reeves. He's an exception, and then like maybe Chris Pratt.
Well, Keanu Reeves seems to not need forgiveness. He just, keeps to himself.
Oh, not forgiveness. You know
Yeah,
what I mean.
yeah,
He's one of the good ones.
yeah. He's the exception that proves the rule, basically.
Right. And like Chris Pratt, I can respect Chris Pratt because first off, he came from a humble beginning. He was homeless. He lived in a van.
Hmm.
Yes, he was actually in his 20s. He was homeless, living in a van. Then he got on that god awful show Parks and Rec, and it just picked up from there.
Nice, nice.
And and you know what? People shit on him for being religious, but you know what? I'll say this. Good on him. Good on him for, uh owing it all to God. Like very, very grateful for his position. People got all butthurt when he told young people. He goes, you just got to pray.
I'd rather take that over the entitlement of a lot of these people that a lot of these people have. And on top of that, again, I think personally held beliefs, as long as they don't really as long as they don't inform actions that negatively impact people around you directly, as long as it doesn't guide you into doing a sarin gas attack, that's perfectly fine.
Right.
I'm more concerned with things that people do. For example, I dislike Matthew McConaughey because he's a fucking skinwalker gun grabbing cunt. And
I hate
yeah,
him.
he can put on his country boy Texan accent all he wants. He's a bitch, and he will forever be a bitch.
Yeah,
Simple as.
There's some actors I like, but I'm pretty sure I wouldn't like them if I ever met them in real life. Like Walter Goggins, I love his work.
Mm.
He's a fucking phenomenal actor. The only good part of the Fallout show, by the way, which I fucking despise, but like you could tell he's like a Hollywood yuppie.
Listen, again, it's a job. Some people are good at the job. Are they paid a little too much for it? I don't know. It sort of turns into an industry that sort of spawns the new nobility to a certain sense. Like, they become the new upper class just through the sheer volume of money that they command. And because they're not particularly, because a lot of them are not particularly intelligent people, they're also they're participating in a larger bread and circuses kind of industrial complex here. And they're used to disseminate certain opinions, which, like, acquired taste. I prefer to just watch my movies. The movie is over. I no longer care that you exist. Unfortunately, most people don't really exercise that sort of clean cutoff.
No, they obsess about the person behind the character.
Yeah. Like, for example, to go back to the example of Mark Hamill. Mark Hamill as the Joker, absolutely fantastic. Just
he's great.
Generation-defining voice of the Joker. I cannot imagine the Joker being voiced by anyone else. Mark Hamill's completely deranged in real life. Completely detached. Again, he's not had to work a day in his life in the last 50 years, ever since Star Wars hit it off big. Just off of the royalties of playing Luke Skywalker, he's been set for life. And that breeds a very significant detachment from reality in you, and you no longer understand sort of rationales that people have, and then you're just sort of stuck there sniffing your own bottled farts.
I remember when he was shaming Americans for celebrating 4th of July, like after the whole Roe v. Wade shit. And
Jesus Christ.
Speaking of Roe v. Wade, haha, Mark Hamill, Mr. I believe in a woman's right to choose. Really, Mark, you believe in a woman's right to choose. Tell me, what happened again when your son knocked up that young woman and you had a phone call harassment campaign against her to eventually go and abort her child?
Really? I did not hear about that one.
Yeah. Don't think we forgot that one, Marky Mark.
Oofus.
You fucking cunt.
That's spicy.
You cock-sucking little shit.
Well, yeah, that's Hollywood for you.
You know, that's a shame, too, because I actually really liked Luke Skywalker growing up. Even though a lot of people found him to be whiny, I was like, even as a kid, I understood basic storytelling beats. And like, you do understand, right? Like, Luke is a kid.
Yes. This is the archetypical hero's journey, and as a hero's journey, it was very well written. And actually, in the expanded universe, Luke Skywalker had a completed character arc. Like
he was a complete badass too.
Yeah.
In the fucking expanding universe.
Yes. His
homie,
his background made sense.
Homie could fucking open up a black hole and close it with the Force.
Yes.
He was Space Jesus.
Well, from his origins even, yes. Essentially, that's what he was supposed to be. He was just on the verge of being that powerful, but then he sort of dies off in the expanded universe continuity in sort of the latter day events. And it was all internally consistent because the expanded universe novels were written by people who leaned on previous lore. It was back in the day where Star Wars lore was basically as closely kept as, for example, modern Warhammer 40k lore is. Well, right. with certain exceptions in modern 40k lore, because that's like Sargon made a very good video about that recently. That the people.
Oh God, Sargon.
Well, do you have an issue with the soy father?
I don't necessarily hate Sargon or anything like that. It's just I don't know, Sargon. He made a bit of an ass of himself.
Did he?
In recent years. Well, yeah. Did you not know about the feud between him and Medicare?
I don't remember who Medicare is, but
you don't. Oh, you don't know who Medicare is.
I remember the name. He was one of the like old guard opinion YouTubers back in the day. Sargon was my introduction to political YouTube. He's part of the reason I ever dabbled in content creation. He was also the cautionary tale for why I learned that content creation, when you're doing politics, has to be anonymous.
You have to be anonymous.
Yes.
And he kind of broke his own rule there.
Well, but I don't believe he broke it on his own. I think he was just doxxed. He was just not careful about his OPSEC. That's it.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to be careful about your fucking OPSEC. Like, oh, God. What was it? But yeah, Medicare was my first introduction. I mean, at the time, I think it was right as he shaked off the old internet aristocrat moniker.
Uh-huh.
But somebody actually, a Steam friend, was like, yo, you ever heard of Internet Aristocrat? It's like, no, who is this guy? We were talking about Darkside Phil and how much of a fucking pain in the ass he is to get rid of. And how much of an ungrateful fat fuck.
And he still persists.
And he goes, yeah, the roach is still there, the pig roach. There are 3 roaches in the internet, and those are Asmund the Roach King, Phil the Pig Roach, and then you have the Roach Sultan.
Hamas Piker?
Yes. You knew!
Of course.
And then again, no one wants to mention that, you know, the Turks are made of roach DNA.
Oh.
I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. Listen, those fuckers had it coming during the Crusades.
Listen, I had no surface area with the Turks, and that's probably why I don't have big opinions about the Turks.
I take issue. I know you're right.
So
I think you were mentioning this to me.
Well, here's the thing. For the purposes of like the character Kurumaru, one side of my family is like Sumerian desert spirits. So technically,
sorry, if I don't mean to.
I predate the 13 tribes, but close enough.
Got you. I'm sorry. I thought you would. Listen, I apologize for mentioning it. You could edit this part out.
No, that's all right. That's, again, it's on me for having sort of that part of my biography out there as a talking point. It's actually one of my big complaints with English language VTubing that I also stepped into. Not to drag out a large out of character moment here. So I may even not edit anything out for the purpose of conversation. The point being is that I think VTubing should be character driven, not sort of, you know, the person piloting it driven. And it's lazy.
Agree.
It's lazy to lean on identity as part of certain argumentation. It's actually inherently a leftist tactic to do so.
This is true.
Yeah.
But sorry, the reason why I mentioned it, I'm sorry, it was going back. As a Christian, I take issue with the Turks and what they have done throughout history towards Christians. So there's that. I mean, the desecration of the saints' tombs.
The Ottomans were not kind hosts to, well, pretty much anyone. The Christians...
Well, I mean, especially the Jewish people.
Well, especially what was it called? The fire worshippers? The Zoroastrians, I think is the correct name of that religion, because that one's just gone. It's just fucking gone.
Yeah, thanks to fucking Muhammad and his goons.
I'm not sure if it was exclusively Muhammad. Or
at least he paved the way.
I know that he went to war with the fire worshippers quite extensively because they were a larger religious majority in the region at the time of his activities. But I'm pretty sure that it was the Ottoman Empire that sort of drove them out entirely. I think sort of the last fragments of Zoroastrianism would have been with Assyrians, so basically like the endemic population of modern Iran.
And speaking of Iran, oh god, I never thought I would see so many people rejecting Islam in just like such a vast group of people.
Well, here's the thing. The population that's rejecting Islam right now has basically been under Islamic occupation since the fall of the Shah. Like, Iran was not originally Muslim majority. It wasn't a Muslim country. Yeah, it's a Persian country, and it was not Muslim by predominant practice. Muslims basically occupied the country after overthrowing a puppet communist government that helped them come to power.
That was the first mistake, was allowing communists to take over.
Well, you see, that's sort of usually the trajectory a lot of these groups take, because they're like their survival tactic is blending in with regimes that will tolerate them, and then they will form alliances with groups they perceive to be sort of aligned against the predominant power, and then you'll have an internal power struggle where...
Oh, you're talking about the Islamists.
Yeah. Well, okay, I mean, it's not a unique case. A lot of Islamist revolutions sort of go back and forth of allying themselves with communists. It all depends on like the specific area, and there are examples.
They have a history of lying for their own benefit.
It's not just a history; it's part of scripture. Taqiyya or Tawriya is like an approved tactic of the Mohammedans, where it's permissible to lie for the purposes of forwarding whatever objective you're pursuing as part of sort of the spread of Islam.
Yeah. Look at what's happening in Europe. Look at what's happening in America.
Well, that's kind of different. You see, that
I mean, it's different, yes.
It's a different mechanism. It's that one is
similar tactics, though.
It's a part of the similar of the previous thing that I've alluded to. Leftists will look for client groups who are also opposed to whatever sort of status quo they're trying to disrupt. So the communists are always the catalyst. They are always the ones sort of setting the direction for breaking down. They infiltrate institutions very well because they operate in those environments very well. They know how to sort of dance around rules. The rules that don't work for them, they're going to create new rules. They're going to set up committees and committees for committees. Like that is their element. Being useless eaters is what communists do. And they will bolster their numbers by attaching sort of dependent client groups to themselves. For example, the felons, people on EBT, illegal immigrants, Muslims, sort of whatever group is against the core orthodoxy that they perceive to be as the enemy, they're going to try to ally with everyone who's not that. And it's going to be specific to a region. For example, Singapore solved that problem once and for all. They just outlawed the Communist Party altogether. They seem to be doing fine ever since.
Which was based.
Yeah. Lee Kuan Yew saw that, these people are actually very good at organizing. And he said he's had two very important fail-safes that have kept Singapore strong even after his passing. One, there's international capital. There is so much international capital based in Singapore. I believe it might still be either an American or a British protectorate. But like there is some kind of vested interest from the old world, from like the colonial countries in Singapore. And despite it being a Chinese neighbor, China knows better than to fuck with it, because it's there holding the bag for big bad countries. And if you come here and if you try to take private property that belongs to those, to the biggest military in the world by a gigantic margin of 30 other armies put together, you're going to get your shit pushed in. And on the other hand, he just outlawed communist parties. That's it. Oh, you're a communist? Straight to jail.
That is fucking great. It pisses me off because I think you're familiar with Kiori, yeah?
Yes, I am. Not
the Singaporean Vtuber.
I haven't engaged with him a lot, but I've seen him sort of here and there. Yeah.
I recommend you bring him home next because he is an excellent person to talk to. He's just a fucking joy.
Mm-hmm.
I have talked with him many times for hours on end. Very smart individual. He'll tell you a lot more about Singapore and its inner workings. It's just so. But we were talking about Amos Yee. If you're familiar with Amos Yee,
I know that name, Amos Yee.
Okay, Amos Yee was that Singaporean kid who was a political activist who got caned.
Okay.
And then a bunch of people like Sargon and Sean Head and Blair White went out of their way to get money to extradite him to the U.S.
I did hear that. Yes.
Asylum.
Mm-hmm. And then he turned out to be a pedophile.
He ended up becoming a pedophile. Yeah, and then they sent him straight the fuck back to Singapore, where he's probably still in jail right now.
Well,
but that little shit celebrated the death of Lee Kuan Yew.
What can I say? Every time.
Yeah.
It's not all communists, but for some reason, it's always a communist.
Yes. He was... That little shit was a... he was a little Trojan horse. Is what he was. And you know what? He has this history of shitting on anyone who ever helped him. He's an atheist, right? He's a very militant atheist. Mm-hmm. He literally did a video where he humped the Bible. And he humped the Quran.
At least he's consistent. What can I say?
I mean, I'm okay. Listen. As much as I disagree with Islam, and I am not a particularly big fan of Islam, I do feel like the desecration of someone's religious text is a little fucked up.
Well, here's the thing. You should be ready for the smoke that comes from that. Like, you can do that. Like, if you can carry that bag, go ahead and get it.
Right. But just be prepared for the consequences,
sure.
Right?
Again, if you're ready for the smoke, go right ahead.
Right. And that kid, he was way in over his head. Way in over his head.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, there was this Catholic priest who actually helped him out. The first time I think he went to jail. And I believe the second time too. And then this little shit actually tried to go around and say, oh, he tried to molest me. What an ungrateful little fuck.
Well, unfortunately, yeah, that is the MO of certain shitsters. Of the less intelligent type, too. I think it's...
He was definitely a narcissist.
It's an example of that kind of, of that annoying low IQ psychopathy when they're not really intelligent, but they think that they can outsmart everyone in their surroundings as long as they lie enough.
Yeah, there's actually a really good video about him by Turkey Tom. He actually did a really good job going in depth about the history of Amos Yee and how he how his views formed and how he came uh to fame, pretty much, right?
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, he was actually quite a small celebrity in Singapore for a time
Mm.
because he did this. He was part of an independent film festival that he filmed himself, and he played every character in it. And it was like a dark comedy. It was actually kind of funny. I've seen some of the clips. I'll give him credit for that. It was funny, but knowing who the person was behind all that, no.
Well, listen, a lot of creatives are just that, like being a creative, be it in terms of like movies, writing, or whatever. It is a skill. It is a skill amongst other skills, and it also fits with your other sort of personal attributes, other character traits. And
Right.
like you're gonna have, you may be talented, but that does not preclude you from being an asshole.
Exactly. It's same thing goes for like any fucking celebrity. I hate the people who will defend these celebrities that they'll never fucking meet.
Well, not only celebrities, I would say that even on a smaller scale of content creators, the vast majority of content creators are, to some extent, flawed, narcissistic people because it
Oh
takes.
yeah, like Hassan.
Well, he's a terminal case. Like all he does is smell his own bottled farts, and he gets very upset if someone, contradicts the narrative that he is currently telling himself. He is a known pathological liar and not a particularly good one.
Yeah.
It is funny. The thing is that it seems that him and his entire clique are also very inorganic because Hassan on his own is not interesting enough to have an organic audience. He caters to a certain.
He's boring.
Well, he caters to a lower common denominator who likes sort of having their dipshit opinions regurgitated to them, because who doesn't? It's just that it takes a certain amount of brain damage to have the opinions that he would reinforce. But at the same time, his ascendance was not organic, for one, because he leaned on the network and the influence and the resources, of his uncle, who owns one of the biggest leftist.
Chunk yogurt.
Yes. Yes. The grease drinking bison himself. But Chunk Yogurt.
Mr. Bestiality is A-OK.
Allegedly. But he is, I'll remind you, he is the owner of the largest leftist media network in independent media. And at the same time, he also comes like from exotic wealth. So at no point was Hassan Piker ever forced to work for a living. So he had both the resources to spin himself into to astroturf a certain amount of notoriety for himself. He was around people who were media relevant, and he had the opportunity to just be professionally unemployed for long enough and early enough in the Twitch life cycle where he would have become notable. And that's actually a shared attribute amongst many sort of big influencers on the internet. A lot of them are in the place where they currently are, not because they're particularly intelligent or particularly interesting. It's just that
or talented.
They were, or talented for that matter. It's because they had the opportunity to be professionally fun-employed for long enough to get traction at a point where Twitch was not a very saturated platform, and therefore you have people, again, and that's irrespective of opinions they hold, of how much I agree with them, like on a contribution level, like on a pure content generation level, I'm sorry, Asmongold is more boring than watching paint dry. Again, I enjoy having my opinions repeated back at me as much as the next guy. I understand that right now is the primary value of the content. It's great that he's distracted from sort of, consumer slop, from just playing video games for the sake of playing video games. And he's now waking up to the fact that he's, it's suddenly okay to say water is wet. I congratulate him with joining the rest of us.
He's necessary though. Like
Yes,
he is waking up a lot of people, and honestly,
yes,
I think he's a very good gateway
yes, but
to this
that's a
stuff.
product of a pre-existing phenomena that had nothing to do with the actual value of the content. That's what I'm talking about. You could have
Right.
like Asmongold is at least doing good things with the platform that he's found himself on. You have useless eaters like Mizkiv, for example, who is just a drain on society. In a very similar
Yes.
position. Like, and you're going to have a lot of these people, and people is being charitable here, who 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 just fucking exist while not really contributing anything valuable to society. But they're notorious. They get like what, thousands of concurrent views, mostly because they cater to like the lowest common denominator of 11-year-olds with an attached credit card who's so they can throw subs at them as a point of, I don't know, I guess social prestige in their particular circle.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, you know what? A lot of these fucking streamers too. Like they, a lot of them are just slop content.
Of
It's
course.
slop.
Well,
Like,
yeah, it is.
I mean, I'll be fair. My content's kind of slop content. I mean, but at least I try to have some commentary here and there.
I refer to the things I do as slop, but I try to structure it at least to some
It's
extent as
seasoned
education.
slop.
Well, yes and no.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't mean to call it that.
Yeah.
But you go. I was trying to find a good
Yeah.
like analogy.
See, I don't try to make it slop because slop is something that you can consume mindlessly, just enjoy without really engaging with it. That's not what I try to do. If I wanted to do that, I would have just done gaming, and that's about it. Or I would have just, picked a team of culture war shit that would have been cheering on the Zoomerwaffen and not go counter to any of the things that they say because that is the current thing. The 6 Gorillion wooden doors, our biggest ally, and so on. All of the popular buzzwords, basically what Candace Owens is doing,
or Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes is a little bit more sophisticated, but yes, at the end of the day, he's also doing that. He doesn't have his own opinions, or at the very least, he's not operating off of his actually closely held opinions. Like the things that he says are things that are convenient in the moment and get the best response from his audience. And good on him for being able to sense that on the fly. For example, with Venezuela recently, his initial reaction was to chimp out, was to say that somehow it's also Israel's fault, and then he sort of read the room of, oh, people are going to shit on me if I keep to this position. I'm going to pivot and say that this is a good thing. Besides the point.
Of course he is, as a grifter.
Well,
as a grifter will do.
Yes. Again, he's very intelligent. He does that very well. He follows where the wind blows. Good on him. It seems to be working for him just fine. And he's put himself in a place where boomers will use him as rage bait, and everyone is happy, essentially.
And the boomers are just helping him at this point.
Of course, because the boomers don't know how to engage with him in the correct terms, because a lot of boomers still sort of exist in an outdated consensus, the consensus that they, by the way, also helped sell out and break. I think Crowder did a very good job of sort of interacting with Fuentes because he forced him to address specific statements that he's made. And even if he's lying in the moment, he's now on the record waffling between two things that he's saying. And he's no longer in a position to, for example, purity check people over certain things, because you can now point to the fact, well, you are either lying or you are permanently irony poisoned, and therefore nothing you say is actually a closely held belief. But in order to understand that, you need to sort of examine his rhetoric and the things that he says closely and then understand the underlying logic. As opposed to, for example, Piers Morgan, who just tried casting boomer spells at him, racist, homophobic, sexist, whatever the fuck else, and those spells no longer work. Because the sort of the pursuant logic of the sort of the collective Piers Morgan is, well, 80 years ago, bad things happened, and therefore you can't have a country, professional prospects, and you will never own a home. And that logic just does not logic together. That math does not make sense. That is a facial fallacy that the boomers buy into, because for them, sort of the mythos built around that logic is more tangible than it is for millennials, realistically.
I will be honest with you. I definitely have all right. There are a lot of impressionable young people who do follow Nick Fuentes, and unfortunately, I don't think Nick Fuentes is a very good role model. I'm going to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, for one, he's a closeted gun grabber, and he looks like a stick bug.
Oh, he does.
I refuse to acknowledge the opinion of anyone who can't bench press his own body weight for 10 reps.
Or who goes around with a black light making sure his assistant wasn't having sex.
No, that's kind of funny. No, I'm here for that.
The fucking cum detective? Nick the cum detective? Cum detective Fuentes?
Given certain proclivities of his that are rumored, he should be able to pick that up by smell alone.
Yeah, hey, you know, $5 says he licks the stains when he finds them.
Disgusting.
He's like, salty.
Someone's not been hydrating.
Someone's been eating a lot of pineapple.
Yeah, that's kind of grim. But
no, Fuentes is like he is essentially he doesn't believe a fucking thing he says. Well, he is fake as fuck.
He is ostensibly the mirror image of Hassan Piker. For like the horseshoe,
he's just on the opposite side.
It is horseshoe theory. Like they are so opposite to each other that they've actually met back up in the same place, largely arriving to a lot of the sort of similar conclusions. And also a lot of their internal logic also intersects a lot, and their propensity to try to like follow a specific grift also is very, very aligned. Again, the difference being that, first of all, Fuentes is rhetorically better prepared. He's verbally more intelligent, and he's just more intelligent than Hassan. Granted, that's not a very high bar to clear.
I'll say Fuentes is good at debating, but Fuentes, again, at the end of the day,
is he though? Because I think he's better.
I wouldn't say he's a good debater. He's good at provoking.
Yes, he's better at derailing debate. Then he's good at blood sports, and blood sports are not debate, because debate requires you to engage with the argumentations and the facts presented by the other side, and Fuentes never does that.
I will tell you this: if you want a good example of Fuentes folding under pressure, folding like a chair, look up the VOD of the Medicare versus Fuentes debate on his own platform, Cozy. Because Medicare wipes the floor with him. Fuentes is backed into a corner to the point where he has to get his little bitch boy Baked Alaska to try to come in and back him up.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Oh, I know, right? He's become so fucking irrelevant.
Well, I think it's also an issue of, again, people, most normies are not going to know how to deal with Fuentes, because Fuentes is an inflammatory reaction to the status quo that has legitimate problems. And most people who are sort of acclimated to the normie consensus are, first of all, not prepared for a lot of his provocation. They don't know how to deal with a lot of the sort of cooked facts, factoids, and falsehoods that he's going to present, or the way that he's going to twist certain facts into conclusions that he wants to arrive to, because it's just not common vernacular. It goes counter to certain axioms that are assumed as correct in normie society, and unfortunately, normie society has been sold a false bill of goods on a lot of things they assume to be true.
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
But like, I'll say this, Medicare, like, yes, he's much older than you and I. He's like gotta be in his like 40s now. But the thing is with him, he has been a shitpost on the internet since like the internet really kicked off. So he was kind of like with Fuentes. He's like, your magic does not work on me, witch, because I was there when it was made.
Yeah, do not quote old magic to me. I was there when it was written.
Yes, and like, fuck it. In that moment, Medicare is Gandalf, and fucking bitch boy Fuentes might as well just be Harry Potter.
I'm not sure how that power scaling works out, but probably not great for him. I think,
honestly,
yeah.
Listen. When I think wizards, I think of Gandalf.
Fair enough.
I don't think of twink ass Harry Potter.
Well, to be fair, Gandalf is like, essentially he is a deity made flesh just for shits and giggles, because I forget the deep lore of the Silmarillion because it was way too esoteric and I can't be bothered to actually read the Silmarillion.
There's so much thrown at you in the Silmarillion.
But if I recall my sort of lore correctly, Gandalf is basically God who purposefully nerfs himself.
Just because.
Yeah, he's some kind of like proto elf deity, essentially. Older than almost like the continents in the world, and he just decides to muck around and like guide key people in history through certain events.
I love Gandalf though. He's like one of my favorite fucking wizards in any fictional setting when it comes to like, medieval fantasy. But I he will always be the GOAT for me.
Sure.
But no, seriously. Medicare, holy shit, you got to see that debate. I'll even link it to you if you'd like afterwards.
I can look at it. I don't mind it. But I think from what I've seen, people who are more irreverent, people who are more in the know of internet culture, people who are less sort of broken than normie conditioning, they are generally better at dealing with Fuentes and things that he says. Like Crowder is a good example of that. Despite being largely normie, he is still very much...
And boomer coded to an extent, too.
To an extent, but he's also very much acclimated to the culture war. And he has a good handle of sort of the rhetoric and a lot of the internal logic of both sides. Not to say that there's only two, but again, he's very well aware. He's keyed into the internet culture, and because of that, he approaches that as still someone outside of sort of the internet bubble. But he's very good at just, forcing someone like Fuentes to play by hard structured rules where rage bait is not going to help you. For example, Sargon and Medicare approach this very differently. Not only do they not take the bait, they will call him retarded and gay as a default response.
Well, because Sargon's the same way with Jim, even though, I'm going to be honest with you, Sargon folded under Jim. And many debates those two have with each other. But like Sargon is also, he's old internet.
Yeah.
He knows.
Yeah, exactly.
I would say Sargon is the Saruman to Medicare's Gandalf.
Do you remember the reason he got banned from Twitter originally?
Wasn't it the whole thing? Oh, I wouldn't rape you.
No, he did not get banned for that. He was banned.
What was it?
He was banned for sending gay porn to Nazis.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that shit. And then didn't Patreon take away his shit, or PayPal or whatever the fuck?
Patreon.
Because he said to them, he goes, You're not acting like white people. White people are supposed to be polite and kind, and then he started calling them the gamer word.
Yeah, he just knows.
You're acting like a bunch of fucking gamers.
Yeah.
You're acting like a bunch of gamers right now.
He just cast the hard R neighbor at, again, like unironic neo-Nazis.
He said the word of power.
Yes. he cast it quite powerfully.
I jokingly call slurs words of power.
Well, they are that, effectively.
Yes. But and the thing is too, you have these edgy content creators on the internet that will casually fling slurs here and there, and it's it doesn't work if you keep using it over and over like a machine gun.
It's not only that. I mean, there's a time and place. My attitude towards that is it's a word in the English language. yes, there are TOS sensibilities. There are larger life sensibilities that would preclude me from, for example, just casually dropping the word "faggot" in conversation in most scenarios, because I'm a fucking adult. Doesn't mean that I'm going to, gasp if I hear someone say it. Or that actually applies to any other funny gamer words. They are words.
Right. I personally don't use them because, the kind of content that I make. I try to be apolitical as much as I can, but with the way shit's going lately,
yeah,
I'm
how's that
actually
working out for you?
yeah. Well, we have talked in DMs. I will say this: if you want, I can do a little shameless plug. We don't have the name is. We're working on the name, but we got the premise down on what we want to do. I'm actually looking to set up a separate YouTube channel for it, actually. But gonna venture into more spicy content.
Well, here's the thing. Being political or not being political I would say not being political is a very deliberate choice, which also, unless it's very difficult to be that honestly. What I mean by that is that you need to actually actively dodge all current events, not comment on anything, because sort of politics have gotten to a fever pitch that is so high that the culture war basically permeates everything. A part of the reason for that is because the left sought to weaponize every aspect of just culture. Because if Zoe Quinn didn't suck the dicks of 5 different guys to get good reviews for her shitty walking simulator...
I've told people, I think I remember my early streaming career, I actually told my chat, I said, chat, listen, if you fancy yourself the label of incel and you're having a hard time trying to get ass, just review a Zoe Quinn game. And she'll come a-running.
But then again, do you really want that? Do you want to lick that particular sink?
I've told them, listen, though. She is a town bicycle. Everyone has had at least one ride. Do you really want to ride a bicycle that's, beat up? Or do you want to be a chud and get yourself a Stingray that's brand new?
Listen, that's not even a bicycle at this point, because I don't think there's even rubber left on the tires.
Nah, it'd be more like fuck.
You may as well walk.
Yeah, at that point, yeah.
Yeah, but my point is, the whole thing about Gamergate, basically it popped off because people suddenly realized, there are political activists who have just infiltrated the entire industry surrounding the hobby, and they're currently actively infiltrating the industry itself. So it's not that the people in the hobby suddenly decided to join the culture war. It's just that the front of the culture war has consumed their hobby. And, for example, how we got on Sargon initially, he was describing basically how 40K currently exists, because the people running 40K, people who actually work at Games Workshop, they're lib shits. They are.
They are.
They
absolutely
are stereotypical lib shits, absolutely default opinion NPCs. However, they are also very savvy bean counters. They know that they have to live in the chud shadow of their fan base. And that is why they are forced to be at least decent stewards of the hobby. Because Warhammer is inherently chud coded. Just
that's inherently right wing.
Well, yeah. Well, not to throw labels around, but I would say that it is inherently conservative, because the only party in the entire sort of world building of 40K that is supposed to elicit sort of some kind of resonance with you is the Imperium of Man. And the point is that it is cruel solely for the purpose of conserving the Imperium of Man in a condition where it is besieged on all sides by sort of malignant enemies. And yes, it's probably not great to recruit child soldiers and then put them through an augmentation process with an attrition rate of 90% to only produce an army of like this genetically augmented 8-foot-tall space racists. But unfortunately, the galaxy is in such a state. Yeah, but unfortunately, the galaxy is in such a state that you actually need legions of genetically augmented space racists just to survive.
I mean, the Space Marine is a necessity,
yes,
and a product of that world.
Yes, like, and again, the fluff is written very well. Like, again, leftists are often very good artists in the sense that they're very good at capturing certain ideas and depicting them to a high degree of detail. They are so good at it that they often misunderstand the piece of art that they themselves have made. See, Judge Dredd, Starship Trooper movies, fucking Helldivers, like all of it.
Yeah, for real.
All of it. Like, what was the name of the director? Verhoeven? Paul Verhoeven.
Paul Verhoeven.
He didn't read the book. He hated the concept. He wanted to make it like a parody of a recruitment movie. And he made the most Kino shit ever, causing all of the the spiritual bug people to instantly self-identify.
Which is hysterical.
Yes.
Like, the irony is lost on these people.
Absolutely.
And it's fucking funny.
Listen,
it is the funniest shit.
Here's the thing. The Barbie movie is exactly the same. The Barbie movie is essentially the Starship Troopers of our generation. Because if you pay attention...
Which is hard. It's cringe to say that, but yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Pay attention to the plot.
Well, no, because Barbie. But
no,
but
go ahead. Makes it better. It makes it better because the premise of Barbie is that though they live in a stagnant matriarchal sort of Barbie land, Ken and Barbie go to the real world. They learn that there's representative democracies. They bring back that concept, start solving problems. The women derail the process through reputational assassination and social games. And everyone is back to being miserable because of those machinations and infighting that the women cause. And everyone ends up miserable. As opposed to the men actually trying to build a functioning state. What did they mean by this?
Oh, God. Yeah, no, I remember now. Yeah, it's like, and then Ken became like this... he just somehow became this like men's rights symbol too.
Yeah, again, they don't understand the things that they accurately portray, which is fantastic.
You are Knuff.
Yeah.
But like, I'm gonna be real, like, the shit that's been going on lately, and I'm gonna say this, I hate Bao. I hate Bao the Whale. I hate that bitch.
Oh, okay. I'm not going to use big words like that. It's
well, like hate?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't say hate.
Hate requires investment.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true. I don't like go every day and like say, "Oh, what did this dumb bitch say now?"
Exactly.
I'm not necessarily her, but I hate the saying, love the sinner, hate the sin.
Be specific.
Okay. I don't necessarily hate her.
Okay.
Specifically. But the fucking shit, the stupid shit she says and doesn't realize the impact it makes is what pisses me off.
Does it have impact, though, realistically?
Well, not necessarily, but, like, she said some dumb shit about male content creators, and then when the internet clapped back
I remember
at
that.
her, she tripled down.
Yeah, of course she did.
And I'm just like, it's funny, there was a time when I think it was very early in her career. I thought, okay, she's kind of funny. And then she just got more and more retarded with the whole thirst shit. And I'm just like, Never mind.
Well, I mean, she was appealing to a market. A lot of
She was appealing to a market, yeah.
And I mean, a lot of female ENV tubing at that particular time, which we can sort of loosely term as like Gen 2, which is when a lot of the bigger names in English language VTubing started sort of spinning off that weren't HoloLive. A lot of them leaned into like the mildly sort of thirst baity flavors. They started with a premise of Girl Next Door, and each one of them sort of went in their own direction. Like Rainho is still more on like playing games. So is Vebe, for example, but they're very similar in their flavors, I would say. Numi is more of a like accidentally provocative, accidentally eroticized archetype, which was funny when she started sort of complaining about, like people are sexually aggressive about the character and they're sending inappropriate things, which sending inappropriate things is bad. But
I agree with that, but it's like, but you've cultivated this.
You've made certain design decisions about your model and about your behaviors and the clips that you proliferate. I'm sorry, you're not entirely blameless in sort of the environment that you're cultivating there. It very much smells of like, walking into a forest and then complaining that there's so many fucking trees there. And Bao went into an interesting direction off her own. She's more comedic in it, and sometimes it's actually very frequently funny. She has a good sense of humor.
She can be funny. She is funny.
Yes. However, she does occasionally yab very hard. For example, the irony of someone who's very obviously who very obviously comes from means and had, the multiple thousands of dollars to spend on a VTubing rig and model back in the day, to say eat the rich. I think the irony of that is entirely lost on her.
Yeah, it is. And not only that, like, there are, and now I'm not, I don't hate or dislike, female VTubers, right? But I will say I don't like a lot of the lewd ones, like Bao.
Would you say that she is a lewd VTuber? Because I don't think like her being the object of attraction is the point of it.
Necessarily, like I wouldn't say she's necessarily lewd.
Because
I would say,
she is the one who thirsts based on just the clips that I've seen of her.
Right. I would say she
is very largely like it is an archetype of one of the boys. She is also just chronically down bad.
That is true for both men and women.
Yes.
And I mean, guys do find her very relatable when she thirsts over the female characters.
There you go.
Now, I will say this. I'm very bad at explaining shit sometimes. I will be honest with you. My thing is, I do feel like, and well, not feel, but there is definitely a lot of exploitation, right?
Such as exploitation of who by what?
Let's say just lonely men, right?
Okay.
And God,
I'm not gonna disagree with you. Like I am interrogating the concepts for you to go into more detail, and I will likely just agree with the detail. This is the purpose of having an uncapped format, is for you to get it out.
Sorry. But no, like I'm not a big fan of particular VTubers that like will purposely be like sexually provocative to attract the kind of like lonely, down bad kind of like male demographic.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're just kind of like telling them the things they want to hear, making them feel a certain way.
So virtual e-thoughts.
Basically, yes. That's what I'm trying to say.
Uh-huh.
Like I I tend to enjoy like VTubers more in the vein of, like Girl DM
Mm-hmm.
or um fucking who's another really good example. Sorry, I'm also a little I told you I'm fighting congestion right now, so
Yeah, it's fine.
Girl DM, where like Girl DM isn't trying to be sexually provocative at all. She's just there to entertain,
Mm-hmm.
right? She's a very well-spoken, very intelligent young woman. I think she does a very good job at doing what she does. Matara, she's not really sexually provocative either. And from the clips I've seen of her, she is very well-spoken. And the clips I've seen, I've enjoyed. I have no ill will against her or anything like that. Um, I just like VTubers that are a lot more tasteful. If that makes any sense. Like, one VTuber I really enjoy, I watch her when I can, is Whiskey Project.
Uh-huh.
I like how she's just like such a nerd, just like, a lot of her audience, very big into sci-fi, very big into military history, that sort of thing. I like the kind of environment that she brings with her content. And I've actually had a nice, good, like 2 hour long conversation with her. Actually, very, very intelligent, very, very wonderful person to like talk to. But like, I don't know. It's because of these more like e-thought VTubers that people like outsiders assume that every VTuber is like that.
Do you think that's the reason? Because in that case, that would be the default assumption, for example, about flesh streamers as well. Because e-thoughts are way more widespread amongst just cam streamers.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. I mean, there are VTubers that are actually trying to be like, that are trying to take advantage of the medium and use the medium in a way like, to act as a character or shit like that, to take advantage of the different effects and the quote unquote magic involved with the technology, right? To entertain their people. And then you just have those people that are just ethos that just use the VTuber as a filter. It's pretty much more the same before they were a VTuber. It's just now they have an anime girl overlay.
Uh-huh. You mean they were a flesh streamer and now they have an anime girl overlay?
Or something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Or they may as well be a cam girl. Right? Like, did you've seen how people spurred out over the whole peanut guy?
I mean, define spurg out, because I may have been on the side of the people spurging out with the best of them.
By spurg out, I mean like you had just the arguments on both sides.
I've said some uncharitable things.
I have said some uncharitable things in private. I try not to make my thoughts on it too public, but I did say
no, I've definitely posted some fighting words out in public.
I have said shit like why are you angry over a VTuber award for a normie streamer award show?
Well, you see, I can answer that question actually, because I think I have a good reason. I wouldn't say angry. Angry doesn't accurately describe the sensation that I get from that.
And don't get me wrong, I'm angry too.
No. But I am irritated because I will explain why. Because the award ceremony that took place and sort of the format of the category and the way that Peanut was placed in the category, the way he was anointed as winner, is a part of, on the one hand, of a humiliation ritual for VTubers who want to be in. Sort of, and you can see the ones who are sort of falling under that spell. Mostly it was the people congratulating Peanut with the quote unquote win. And it's mostly going to be Californians. It's EN VTubers who aspire to have some kind of larger career in the sort of California orbit of content creation. So it is a humiliation ritual for them. On the other side, it is also an infiltration and of the hobby itself. It is normies trying to establish a standard that they approve of. They are trying to come into our hobby, into like our format of VTubing. It is normies trying to invade VTubing and set standards
And
that agree
usurp it.
with their sensibilities. Yes, they are saying that no, like all of the shit you're doing, that's not VTubing. That's cringe and gay. Well, they don't use gay as a pejorative. It's cringe, problematic, and reactionary, as they're going to say. Here's the VTuber that we approve of. And it has nothing to do with what VTubing is supposed to be. It has nothing to do with the roots of VTubing. Like this is our guy. We have some of the people that you sort of recognize, but they're not good enough. So that's why Iron Mouse is sort of allowed to be around as the laughing stock of the whole thing. Mori Calliope is allowed to be on the lists to sort of buff up the clout and the prestige of the event. But the purpose of it is a humiliation ritual and an exercise in usurping your field. And it also draws like it forced a lot of people, myself included, to sort of formulate what VTubing is and why, for example, Roasted Peanut is not a VTuber. And he will be
I
the
fucking
first
hate that guy.
he will be the first one to agree that he's not a VTuber. That's the thing.
And he openly encouraged his community to vote him in there just to piss the VTubers off.
Exactly. Well, that's part of the humiliation.
It was
ritual.
in bad faith. It was in bad faith from the go.
Yeah, and the thing is, and you had some people saying, well, technically, like, he's using a virtual avatar, and therefore, like, anyone who uses a virtual avatar is a VTuber.
No, that's a Snapchat filter.
It's not a Snapchat filter, it's an actual 3D model. Let's not, again, I don't like coming from a premise that is false. I will base my hatred for specific people on real things that they do. I will learn things about you to hate. To have a good reason to do that. But the thing is, no, it's a 3D model. The problem isn't the model. The problem isn't the medium. That is argumentation that shares a brain cell with the Indians are just as American as you are. And we all know that's not true. Well, the flavor of the month is Somalis, but also like nothing materially changes there.
If you're going to tell me the Indian is just as American, mate, America, the country that is known for its consumption of beef.
Yes. Basically, Roasted Peanut is the Vivek Ramaswamy of VTubing.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this, Vivek. I knew that motherfucker was fake from the word go.
Well, listen, he shat his own pants quite spectacularly. Did so twice in a row, both times on Christmas, which, for someone who comes from a country where 500,000 people die of diarrhea every year, it's oddly on brand.
Yes, it is. But yeah, I will say this. I am very disappointed with Iron Mouse. But I'm also not shocked because now I'm going to say something. I have bit my tongue about this. I have never shared this with another VTuber. I have not shared this with my audience. So my guys that are watching this, surprise! Iron Mouse always, for the longest time, she came off as somebody who wanted to be part of the normie sphere, like the LA sphere of people. You can tell with how she talks about her religious parents. You can tell how, with some of the wording she says about shit, she uses a lot of leftist talking points and a lot of interviews and things of that nature, right?
I think your big complaint about Iron Mouse is that she's a woman. Like
No. But like, I'm trying to get to where I'm at.
Okay.
But she, like, all right, I respect the fact that she worked her way to get to the position that she's at, despite her disabilities, right? And how the technology of VTubing and the medium has helped her get to where she's at. I personally, though, well, she's probably a very nice person. She's very well-meaning, right? I mean, obviously with the charity and shit, right? but she is definitely going down a path and associating with people who are not going to put her in a very good position in the long run. I mean, look at the trouble she's already getting in now. She pretty much sided with a group of people who not only hate the medium, they hate the talents within the medium, right? And they don't particularly respect her. I mean, they made that very clear with what happened during the Game Awards. Or not the Game Awards, I'm sorry. The Streamer Awards.
Mm-hmm.
Both are fucking equally horrible. But, like, she had the balls to tell the people who are upset that their hobby is getting infiltrated by normies and telling them that they're fucking cringe with their responses. I think that the people who are angry about Burnt Peanut winning is valid. It is very valid. The position that I was taking, I believe, like, at least at the start, was, why are we getting angry over a fake award show? The normies didn't like us to begin with. Did you really expect the normies to give a proper VTuber the award? But I will say, like, Iron Mouse is kind of like, she has put herself in this position now where VTubers are pissed off at her. You know? She is idolized by a lot of VTubers and a lot of VTuber fans.
Can I interject real quickly, because I'm seeing a through line in, like, your big complaint about Iron Mouse, and I think I can explain it more concisely and sort of I think I understand the genesis of that problem that you're describing quite accurately. Iron Mouse is a woman. Women are conflict averse, agreeable, just on average. They are more conflict averse, they are more agreeable as a survival tactic. That is the sort of the common female temperament. Added on top of that is the fact that she lives in California. She is someone of Hispanic descent in California. She's going to have the sort of the requisite opinions of someone who's grown up in that environment and aspires to be a content creator. A lot of these people didn't pop out from the ether. They have some degree of working in content creation, doing something with content in that sphere, in that environment. So they're going to have all of the default opinions. A lot of women, unless they're presented with a reason to think otherwise, are going to be default lib because they're compassionate. They have a tendency towards caring. They have just a natural proclivity towards sort of misplaced parenting behaviors. And that's going to put them in a very specific part of the political spectrum, just by default, unless they're presented with, like, traumatic events that will force them to reconsider, or if they're just natively autistic and intelligent enough to break the social conditioning and become conservative, or if they get a husband and then their husband tells them that they're now conservative, at which point they'll just become conservative. Besides the point, gatekeeping is a male impulse. The friend or foe differentiation, the in-group out-group differentiation, is a male impulse because it has historically been incumbent on men to delineate hostiles and friendlies and set behavioral standards. And that also applies to VTubing. So for a lot of women, Iron Mouse included, keeping someone out is mean. Like, it is a negatively loaded intention.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And now I feel like a dickhead for saying what I've said.
Well, here's the thing. Nothing you've said is incorrect. That's the thing. It's just that it's derived from not really thinking about the things that they do. And for example, Mori Calliope is exactly the same. Because, like, she behaves the exact same way. A lot of men are also the same, and I think their blood work is going to show some very uncharitable things about them, but they're also more agreeable.
Mori Calliope, I kind of get why she had to say the things that she said, because, one, she's representing a company.
She didn't have to say anything. Here's the thing. Mori Calliope had every opportunity to nuke that entire event from space and have perfect plausible deniability. That is also fair. All she had to do was just ignore the fact that it existed. That's it. She has no obligation to acknowledge the event. She has no corporate obligation. Hololive lets their talents largely do what they want as long as it doesn't start a shitstorm. You can't start a shitstorm off of nothing. If Mori Calliope had pretended that the Streamer Awards never existed, she would have gutted the entire event. However, she wants California clout as for her music career because she probably is preparing a number of exit strategies from Hololive when she's no longer in alignment with the company, or when she just generally gets bored and identifies an opportunity to make more money, because it's just, smart business strategy. But it is at the detriment of larger VTubing, and it's not her responsibility to deprive herself of opportunities, to fall on that sword for the good of all VTubing. Like, she's there to build.
Because at the end of the day, she's there to build up her shit.
She's there to get that bag. And as part of getting that bag in a media sphere that is largely informed by female sensibilities, by female Californian sensibilities, you have to play the Mean Girls game. Mori Calliope is just more of a heavyweight in that sphere, and she also doesn't yab. Iron Mouse is on the short end of the Mean Girls lunch table in this particular equation. And she's trying to ingratiate herself with those people, and it is also unnatural for her just to be openly aggressive towards anyone, because that's not a normal female behavior. Conflict seeking is a male pattern of behavior.
That is fair. It's funny. I've had more feminine male VTubers tell me, Razor, you're too combative. I'm like, how am I too combative?
Yeah, I would advise those people to get their blood work checked. It's a meme that I've just been posting all day today because it just describes every other thing I see in my timeline. It's an old 4chan post, but it's one of those things where they'll call you names for saying that, but no one's going to call you a liar. It reads something to the effect of that people who can't physically defend themselves, so usually it's women and effeminate men, parse information through, is it safe to believe? Are others fine with me believing this, as opposed to, is it true?
I remember seeing you post that,
Yeah. Well, because it explains a lot.
If that ain't the fucking truth.
It explains a lot. Once you sort of think about that enough, once you parse the things that you see around yourself through that prism, it all just fucking makes sense. You can no longer be angry, because usually anger is a reaction to things not being like internally consistent, like when there's a disconnect between the cause and effect. And when you jam that 4chan post in the middle of it, it all makes sense now.
Yeah. Like I said, I am very bad at formulating shit, trying to translate thoughts to words sometimes. So
listen, that's why we have an uncapped format. It's for you to explore.
Right.
Actually, on the subject of Sargon, I maintain that he is quite possibly an antediluvian VTuber, because he started sort of making his content pseudonymously with a semi-animated avatar. So technically, he was always a PNG tuber.
Oh, God. Oh, dear God. I guess to some extent.
Well, not. It's sort of tongue-in-cheek. It's mostly me trying to annoy him directly, because I'm in one of his Discord servers, so that's why.
He does not like VTubers very much.
He does not like VTubers. He's a little bit of a stick in the mud in that sense. He's very contrarian on the subject of being an aggressive weeaboo, and he correctly identifies VTubing as being sort of Weeaboo coded in terms of its original culture. So the way I now define VTubing, you are a VTuber if you are interactive anime. If that is the cultural ethos of what you do with your lore, with the topics you cover, with the themes that you engage with, and the kayfabe that you maintain, if you as the streamer are anime, you are a VTuber. And that is why Roast Peanut is not a VTuber. He is the Vivek Ramaswamy of VTubing.
He is. Uh, and the thing is, I find him obnoxious. I've seen some of his clips. He is obnoxious.
I mean, he's just a normie streamer. He's just like all of them.
No, well, I mean, like, you get what I'm trying to say. He's not switches autistically. He's like early PewDiePie.
Well, exactly. He's just a normie streamer with a 3D avatar. He is a cautionary tale of what Vtubers should not become. He is no different from Mizkif, from I don't know a lot of the names of like any other of those glue sniffers who stream on XQC. Yes, exactly. Like that entire cohort of very intellectually unfortunate people who have found a niche of entertaining people even dumber than them, who for some reason give them money. Which, again, both on this subject and on the subject of lewdtubers that you've started on, and I've derailed completely. At the end of the day, I am a free market capitalist. Get that bag. Idiots should be parted with their money as fast as possible.
Well, it's like the saying, what was it with P.T. Barnum? There's a sucker born every minute and two to take him.
Yeah, exactly. And, like, at the end of the day, you have personal agency. You can just stop giving money to strangers on the internet. I know it's anathema to say that as a streamer who also, like, expects people to sub and whatever. And I try not to paywall a lot of the stuff that I do. I try to keep the ads to a minimum, whatever. Because
I try to do the same.
Yeah.
Because I'm not there to try to milk my fans of money.
Yeah, like I'm trying, again, I do this for certain selfish reasons. I get something out of that. Like I get some kind of pittance of money out of Twitch. Whatever. I don't care about that. I feel that I'm going to do more good if I tell people to not give excessive amounts of money to whatever dancing monkey on the internet you engage with. If you're not capable of moderating that, and you fall into the trap of exchanging money for the facsimile of, for example, female attention in the case of lewd streamers that you can term as predatory, that is a you problem. That is a personal deficit that you have to address.
Right.
So I'm a lot more laissez-faire capitalist in that particular sense, even when it comes to female VTubers.
I will say this, the lewd VTubers and shit, they know exactly what they're doing. Get that bag. Like, I am not opposed to them making money. That's just not the kind of content that I like.
Sure.
I mean, if you want to blow your money on a virtual e-thought who is not going to give you the time of day once the money runs dry, fuck, go ahead. You're retarded for doing so, but you can do it.
That's the thing, Razor. They're not, like, the content is free. You can just watch. You're not even being given the time of day for the money. The things that you get for the money is what I refer to as the facsimile of female attention. What you get for the money is acknowledgement of your existence and nothing else.
And that's what it is.
Yeah, and the moment, and again, we're psychologically wired to seek that out.
That's why I said wouldn't give you the time of day once the money runs dry.
But she's not even giving you the time of day. She's just acknowledging that you exist, and she's done doing that the moment she's no longer reading the prompt that came up with your sub.
Right.
She's not really even going out of her way to do anything particularly special for the money that you receive, for the money that you pay her. That's the thing. So it's very important to understand what you get out of that transaction. And it's not limited to subs. A lot of people will just behave like that in the chats because they're there to impress a woman. They're there to have a positive exchange with sort of the virtual. They're there to have a positive exchange with the woman who also happens to be anime, who is culturally closer to them than perhaps analogs that are immediately available to them.
Right.
That's an understandable value proposition. However, it is incumbent upon you, as the consumer of the content, to also realize that you are looking at a screen. You need to, at some point, realize and cut your losses and understand that you are paying for nothing. It's not as bad as OnlyFans, but it sure as hell smells the same.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're putting it a lot better than I can. I'm not as articulate as you, I will say that.
No, I've just been sitting and thinking about that way too much.
Yeah.
I can't just keep running circles and streaming about how I hate all foids. I actually have to put it into somewhat of a marketable sentence.
No, right.
Hate to give it spin.
No, it's okay. Like, I've said to my community, like, because at least I can admit, like, I don't think I'm that intelligent. I don't think I'm that, like, articulate with things. Because I suck at explaining shit to people a lot of the time. That's why I try to avoid politics and, like, my views on some current events. Because, like, I just don't want to back myself into a corner, right? And talk about something that I may not know 100% about the subject, right? And not only that, like, with me, if I get into politics, I get upset. I get very angry, and then I get way too into it.
Here's the thing. You're already thinking more deeply about this than most talking heads on the internet. You'll have... Let's bring up another major VTuber's name in vain while we're...
Oh boy,
firing shots.
who we talking about?
Let's for example, let's pull a name out of the hat, Tricky V, as an example of someone who did not know when to shut the fuck up.
Oh, that dumb bitch. Oh yeah.
She's afflicted by the sort of the same condition of just, being a Californian woman who has sort of default Californian woman opinions. And she just mouths them off. And that one time that didn't play so well, she was smart enough to sort of roll it back, pretend that never happened. And most content creators, even tactical VTubers, they will just talk shit. Again, because those people are like a handshake away from me, I'm not going to throw as much shade.
Well, we're part of the same circle.
Well, not even... I'm gonna put this nicely. How should I say this? Some of the VTubers that are like close to my circles have just been regurgitating default NPC opinions and supporting the current thing. Yeah, that's... Some of y'all just do that on Twitter, and then when you get clapped back in a way that you're not willing to sort of interact with, you'll either delete the tweet or just pretend it never happened. And which is, it's probably a better way to react to that than just to chimp out. I'll give you that one. But the better option would be to shut the fuck up in the first place, or at least think deeply about the things that you say. And you've already beaten that particular crowd. Let's give you an example. Someone tried discussing the approaches to gun control with me. How do you think that played out?
Not very well.
Not very well. They had to basically default to personal attacks very, very quickly because there was no argumentation to fall back on me. Because I am going to posit a hypothetical that people really can't engage with in good faith without accepting my position. Like, the logic usually is, like the hypothetical I present to people who are opposed to civilian gun ownership is that I am 200 pounds, which is sort of on the heavier side in terms of just commanded mass. And most of that mass is contractile tissue. I am not fat. That is tissue that produces effort. I also hurt people for fun in a sporting scenario. I do that as my primary hobby, and I have been doing that now in excess of 20 years. So if you are, for example, a 100-pound woman, what is your remedy against me delivering violence against you?
A gun.
The only answer is gun. Even a gun isn't a guaranteed outcome, but a gun is going to be better than the butt-fucking nothing you can do in any other scenario. A gun is the only something that you can hypothetically have.
Yeah. I have actually, it's funny, right? I've had family members who are a little more, who were like, even when I was, quote unquote, like a liberal, I was pro-gun. And I think I was always kind of a conservative, just never really understood what a conservative was.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense.
It does. Well, see,
And
here's the thing. If you just adhere to the standard definition of liberal, the non-co-opted one, it's perfectly fine to be pro-gun because gun ownership is a right. It is a liberty that is assumed to be sort of the default state of man.
like, yeah. And the thing is too, right? When you're younger, you're a lot more naive. You don't understand the world and the rules of it 100%, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like I remember, it was my stepmother who was like at the time 45, and I was like, what? Goddamn, I was like 16, 17 years old. I
Mm-hmm.
said, listen, I might not ever need a gun in my life, but God forbid the moment I do need a gun, I would like to be able to have one when I need it.
That's sound logic.
And then she took a moment. She's like, damn, you know what? You made a good point.
Yeah. Like the same people who will argue with you about guns, usually they will agree with, for example, per code, in most rentals in Texas, you have to have a fire extinguisher in your kitchen. And the gun is actually very similar to that, with the added caveat of it's a bit of a more expensive hobby to keep up with, and it requires a little bit more training to use, because the fire lacks agency to proactively try and kill you, as opposed to the hypothetical assailant against whom you would be validated in using a gun. But
Right.
ultimately, both are security contingencies. A fire extinguisher just sits there most of the time. It is a contingency in case you have a cooking fire. A gun is a contingency in case someone decides to kill you. Both are sort of non-zero probability events. So if you have a fire extinguisher, you may as well also have a gun.
Yeah. Honestly, and to the area I live in now, like, while it's a nice town, right? The people here, for the most part, yeah, most average people here are fairly nice, right? They're people you can. It's a high trust, very high trust place. There are shady elements,
Yeah?
and I'm going to be honest with you. There are a certain group of. We'll say, oh God, how do I put this without getting too much in trouble?
Listen, this is a place for getting into trouble, so do your worst.
Unruly urban youths.
EBT Americans.
Not necessarily even that. Well, they like to act like urban youths, but they definitely look like people that would start trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna be real. They like to congregate in front of my workplace quite often.
Oh,
and
that's not great.
They like to rev their obnoxiously loud ass, like souped up cars that they probably went broke. They're them like shitbox cars that they soup up.
I mean, if they're under a certain income level, based on things that we've seen on social media, they're likely not going broke because they get enough in benefits to purchase more groceries than the median taxpayer, and then still have money left over after they sell the rest of the EBT benefits.
I will actually walk my female coworkers back to their cars.
Good man.
To make sure that they're safe. But I'm going to be honest with you. I would be like, I've been thinking in my head, fuck, I would really like to have a gun on me right now.
Well, that's something that I would encourage you to explore.
And that is what I am doing.
Well, first of all, again, you need to understand, like, let's turn this into a teachable moment for the rest of the home viewing audience, I guess. Texas is one of the better places to have a gun on you just in case. It's not as simple as just having a gun on you. We are a constitutional carry state. However, that comes with its caveats and nuances. For example, I maintain a valid Texas carry license because despite not needing one, it makes life a lot easier. I had a carry license since before I owned my own gun. Not even that, I completed my quals for a carry license before I had a state-issued ID. just because it makes every interaction around a firearm significantly easier. For example, buildings that have non-compliant no gun signs with an LTC with a license to carry in Texas, you can just ignore them. There are a lot of states that will reciprocally recognize your license to carry and give you the same privileges as someone who's licensed to carry in the state. Even if it's a recognized sign, but it's like not fully compliant, not fully correct, if you're carrying there, you still have that plausible deniability of, hey, like this is not a compliant sign, doesn't fully apply to me. And even if you're in a situation of someone finds out that you're packing, which never happens realistically, before you're in legal trouble, they have to trespass you. And in order for them to trespass you, you need to refuse to leave when told to leave, which is never a good idea, license or no. Whenever someone tells you to leave, you leave. And having a gun sort of puts certain limitations on you. For example, like you can't be at bars. Like you just can't be inside of what's referred to as 51% establishments, which is no skin off my back.
Anyway.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't drink at all, so it just does not affect me at all. As a gun owner, you can't drink, you can't consume alcohol while you carry. You can't consume marijuana at all. Well, specifically THC. You can't consume like federally controlled substances whatsoever. And again, I don't do that, so I'm fine. It doesn't affect me. But like if you're just getting into gun ownership, these are just things that you need to square away like from step one. If you intend to carry guns in certain places, I would highly recommend get yourself an LTC. It's a pain in the ass to do the first time, but once you get through it,
it's worth it.
It's very much worth it. It's actually not that difficult. Like the hardest part of getting an LTC is driving all the way to a fingerprinting office. And it makes buying guns easier. It makes your interactions with the cops easier. It's generally a good idea. It is sort of common culture in like parts of polite society in Texas to have a carry license. And then you also need to square it away with your place of work, whether or not you're even allowed to have a gun on you. Then it sort of becomes like, from this point onward, it's no longer legal advice, and I am not your lawyer, but you need to make the decision of, like, is the upside of having a gun on you versus the risk of it impacting your employment worth it? And that is a decision that you need to make sort of, situation specific. Maybe it's not a problem at all. Maybe your employer is more than happy to have another armed person on the premises. But these are, like, important things that you need to navigate, and that's just Texas, which is like a more permissive state for that to happen. And you need to, like, people who live in different states, they need to navigate their own can of worms for that one.
Right. I remember, like, God, Pennsylvania is such a fucking weird state sometimes because, like, the gun laws can be a little more lax. But they're starting to. I chose to leave at a good fucking time because they have done some very esoteric, Orwellian options right now, or decisions, because they now want to. They want to track every single firearm you own.
Oh, good luck with that.
Yeah, and. That's not good for new gun owners.
Yeah.
Older gun owners, that's a little bit of a different story, but for anybody who is going to look to carry in Pennsylvania, I'm going to be honest with you guys. If you are Pennsylvania and you're watching this, do what I did. Get the fuck out.
I would say that, like, any intent by the government to try to catalog who owns what is a red flag, and that should be stomped out in its beginnings. Like, it's never...
That's unconstitutional.
Well, first of all, the Constitution does not forbid that. There are laws that facially forbid, at least the feds, to have completed registries of gun ownership. It's more an issue of the government never seeks to catalog all owned firearms for good reasons. There's not been a precedent of that to this day. And whenever they get sort of squirrely with that, and whenever they try to leverage the promise of safety, it never actually materializes, and it's always part of an incremental chipping away at your rights to own guns. And my attitude towards that is that there are only two functional models of gun control. Like, gun control only works in two scenarios. One is Texas, and the other one is Japan. So, or rather, like the Disneyland model, as I call it, meaning that you have what is essentially a very comfortable high security prison where society is either harshly regimented, you are fully entrusting your autonomy to the state, you are fully reliant on the state for your safety, and with a very low probability, sometimes you will just be a statistic. In addition to also having to live by very specifically and harshly regimented rules within society. Violating certain rules will just get you ejected out of society, as is the case with Japan. Or you have Texas, where you have sort of understood default liberties, where you are largely responsible for your own safety, because whatever is coming through the door better die quick before it has a chance to do anything to you or to anyone inside of the door. And then 30 minutes later, the cops will show up to tag the bodies and sort of do a general assessment of whether or not this looks like good faith self-defense. And I personally prefer to live in a Texas model. There is a reason why I don't live in Japan. That is a choice. I have the option to move there. I choose not to.
Yeah, I would rather not live in Japan. I'll visit Japan, but I will not live there.
Yes, exactly.
You know, anime and gunpla and sushi and ramen and all that stuff, that's good and all. But it's not good enough to make me want to give up all my basic freedoms as an American.
Yes, that's a big part of it. People need to understand that Japan actually deprives you of a lot of liberties that we assume to have by default. The sort of, again, it's not a good thing, it's not a bad thing, it's a thing that doesn't suit me, and it's a reason why I choose to not live there. The founding mythos of Japan is different from America. America is founded as a country of free, rebellious men. Japan is a monarchy, where you are assumed to be some part of a pyramid that ultimately feeds into the royal family. You are by default a subject of the royal family. Nothing you ever do will change that. Even the royals themselves are in some position of subservience to the people, because the monarch still exists as a product of the people, and actually the Japanese royal family is very aware of that. It's reflected in a lot of their ceremonies and their attitudes. Entirely different tangent. However, everyone has a role, everyone is a cog, the machine works well, but you at the end of the day are still a fucking cog. And you either play by the rules of the machine, or if you decide to be a nail that sticks out, you get hammered. Or you take your chances with the American way of life, where it's less structured, you don't really have guaranteed outcomes on anything, but you get to exercise a lot more agency, and you get to exercise your guntism.
Yeah, honestly, if I had to pick between the two, I'd rather pick America. And you know, it's funny because like a lot of Europeans, they don't seem to comprehend the American definition of freedom, right? They don't comprehend that. Yes, we have a license. You know, we have the right to bear arms. And as a consequence of that, you know, well, not a consequence, you know what I mean. One of the we have mass shootings that do happen, yes, but they don't happen as often as the media likes to think it happens.
Yes.
Not only that, when we do have mass shootings, yes, that is one of the drawbacks that is the cost of having the right to bear arms.
See, I would disagree with that. I see that that's already buying into a faulty premise. For one, we really don't have a disproportionate amount of mass shootings compared to
We don't.
Well, for one, we don't have even a disproportionate amount of mass killings. Even it's first of all unfair to limit it to the shootings just to the shootings when we're trying to tally it up, because the ultimate goal is to not have murders happening. Murder is bad. More on that in News at 11. But
Right.
but when you compare the numbers on mass killings, when you tally up the numbers honestly, it stops being a gun problem. And you need to dissect that particular onion sort of layer by layer. If you'll permit me to tangent very, very briefly. For example, when you sanitize the data for gun deaths so that it's an actual representative number and not an inflated one, it turns out that the U.S., even with the shitty spots like California and Chicago that should be siloed out if you're doing like correct averages, correct weighted averages. Never mind, let's keep those in. Once you sanitize just the numbers for gun deaths to only leave criminal homicide, that means you remove suicides because suicides happen irrespective of gun ownership. Korea doesn't have gun ownership. They have a higher suicide rate. Police shootings, because police shootings will happen either way because a police force is always assumed to be armed. You're going to have to exclude self-defense shootings because self-defense shootings are a positive outcome on the system. Like, it is not an error. It is the purpose of that is what it does. The purpose of owning guns is being able to use it in self-defense. So when we sanitize those, it turns out we have a lower per capita criminal gun homicide rate than the United Kingdom, a country that tries to regiment fucking pointed knives with funny words written on them.
Yeah. Like, our gun violence is nowhere near as bad as other countries. It's really funny too, because like Europeans, they're silly.
Well, here's the thing: we have islands, we have pockets of gun violence that are, ironically enough, the most European places in the country, like San Francisco, Oakland, and L.A. Like, that is where we have more gun violence. Because the citizenry is disarmed, the self-defense laws are downright predatory, just like they are, for example, in most European countries. So turns out, perhaps it is not a gun problem, because the rate of gun ownership in Texas is astronomical. I am pretty sure that like a solid 30% of all civilian firearms are in Texas. And we don't have those problems. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, exactly. And we have strong castle doctrine. We have no duty to retreat. We have good self-defense laws. And, like, it just works. We somehow have a functioning society. So the problem doesn't seem to be with the guns. And there are very obvious societal problems, especially when you sort of go deeper into how do they count mass shootings? What do they term as a mass shooting? Oh, it's mostly gun violence. Oh, excuse me, it's mostly gang violence. How do we have gang violence? Oh, DAs refusing to prosecute people, because usually people who get caught on a gun charge, before they get caught on a gun charge or committing a violent felony, they're going to have like an average of 10 arrests for lesser offenses that should have landed them in prison, which should have removed them from the population, but for some reason they were allowed back in. So, like, we are somehow at a point where we have more mass shootings where we had civilian legal machine guns that you could order to your door without so much as a background check.
Yeah.
Well, that, and then you also have all of the shootings.
There's that too. And also the political extremists as well.
I mean, a lot of them also fall into the previous category.
That is true, but I know many VTubers who are,
Sure. Listen, the same as Sargon. Like, I only cast the spell at the people who I think are bad people. There are people who are part of the trans community. I have no issue with them. I interact with them on a personal basis. I would not communicate with them in a way that would offend them because, A, it's antisocial to do that, and I have no reason to offend people who are otherwise civil with me.
Right.
If you pick up a gun and you walk into a school because you are a deranged lunatic, I am going to call you every spell in the book, including the name
Right.
that is like including the male name that is going to be written on your headstone.
Yeah. I'm the same way. Like, I'm not gonna say, not that I, you know, I try to make it a habit not to say, quote unquote, the words of power, just because I don't want to yab.
Sure.
I don't want yabs, both in my workplace and also when it comes to streaming. You know,
Fair enough.
'Cause
No, that's a good policy to have.
one, as much as I don't like my job, I need my job, and
Yes.
two, I like streaming. I would like to keep doing it.
Yes, that's a hard agree on that one. Listen, I have proudly never received any kind of punitive action for dropping any powerful words in any content creation context.
Right. Yeah. I just, I don't know. I will say this though, like,
I think to this day, the only strike I have is for like a disputed fragment of a copyrighted song, and on YouTube of all places.
Yeah, YouTube is very draconian. Or
Yeah.
not draconian. Very draconian about that shit.
Well, they're set up in a way to dodge liability and offload as much of it onto you as sort of the end user of the platform, and not have to deal with it directly. Which, from a business design, from a business process design perspective, no, it makes perfect sense. Sucks to sucks. Use royalty free shit. Like, the only time it has come to bite me in the ass is when I was lazy about doing something like that. That is all.
I tend to be lazy about that. I am guilty of that.
The hard and fast rule is don't use anything that belongs either to a major record label or a major TV station, because those entities usually have like dedicated IP lawyer Jannies who will make claims that you do not have the energy to fight. Because for one, it requires you to disclose your real name, which is not something that you typically want to do as a VTuber.
No, and the thing is, I feel like the one thing that will kill a VTuber is once their shit is revealed. It just ruins the magic behind the character.
I wouldn't see. I am of two minds of this. I think that for most people, OPSEC isn't, while an important consideration, if you're doing general sort of milquetoast content creation, you're generally fine and nobody gives a fuck. Like, I don't know, Shondo's been doxxed a number of times. Nobody cares. I have to maintain OPSEC because I like being employed.
Same.
Yeah, while saying shit that's, while true, is very often off color, and like I have been doing that since way before than it became cool to say some of these things. Because it was not as fashionable to glow as bright as I do on main, even as far back as like 3 years ago. Like, I know people who would not associate with me as part of VTubing because I am quote unquote political. But now they glow harder, brighter than me on Twitter because it's, you know, it's just the current thing. It's kind of fashionable to start noticing now.
I feel like we're at this point, and Setter and Craig kind of put it out. I don't know if you've ever seen Side Scrollers, but he has basically said we are in the age of empathy fatigue.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
People are tired of this woke bullshit where we have to like go with the current cause of the day. People are tired of it. Like that fucking lady, I'm not going to say her name because I'm not trying to make her into a fucking martyr, but the dipshit who tried to run over the ICE agents.
She's not becoming a martyr. She's of an incorrect. She was deemed an unsuitable sacrifice. So we can say her name all we want. I think it was Renee Good.
Renee Bad.
Imagine being called. Imagine having the name Good and being so bad at staying alive.
Right. All I'm gonna say is this: the gun is mightier than the SUV.
Well, not only that. First of all, it's really not, because there were cops that are frequently hit with cars, and not all of them have the reaction time.
But in this instance,
in this particular instance, yes. Have any opinion you want about the tone of it. We can discuss how water is wet, and actually maintaining laws that we voted for is a good thing. That's subject to an extent to opinions, and some people just have retarded opinions. Let's bracket that out entirely. Attempting to drive through a cop is illegal. You cannot do that. You can't escape detainment because she was lawfully detained at the time. You can't drive your car at a police officer, fed or not. You can't do that.
No.
Not only because that is illegal, but because anyone, not just law enforcement, can kill you for doing that, because that is a lethal threat. You don't have to be if someone drives their car with intent towards me, I have the legal right to give them a new hole to breathe through. Because that is lethal force, and I would very much like to not die or sustain grave bodily injury.
It's I don't want to listen. It's I don't want to die, but one of us is going to die, and it's not going to be me.
Yes. Do not this. It's a very succinct guide. It's not my invention, but I found it appropriate to post this, given the Renee Good shooting, or rather her attempt to drive through an ICE officer, and then some chuckle fuck attempting to grab a less than lethal launcher from one of the Bortak boys. If you don't want to end up on the news, don't do stupid things with stupid people, for stupid reasons, in stupid places, at stupid times of the day. If you manage to at least not violate two of these at the same time, you are going to be okay.
But the problem is, some people, the common sense isn't common anymore.
Well, first of all, arriving to common sense is difficult, because we used to rely on colloquial wisdoms for our as our primary source of common sense. We can't trust that anymore, because the institutions that inform that have largely been either overtaken or they've decayed, and there's no longer consensus on what common sense is. And again, thinking is hard. Most people are cognitive misers. And for example, the reason why you think that you're not as well-spoken, as verbose, why you sometimes avoid speaking about things, is because you're actually thinking about things that you're discussing. Some people will sound confident in the things that they discuss while also being completely wrong, because they have prepared talking points. They have these sort of blocks of syllogisms, these crystallized opinions, and sometimes crystallized verbiage that they can just, freely recall. On the one hand, it's actually a very good rhetorical tool to do that. People with good public speaking education will have talking points prepared, and they will have ways in which they speak sort of formulated in advance on topics they're likely to engage. I've noticed that in a lot of people who do good content creation. For example, if you're aware of Sklimbo, when I have my conversations with him, that's something I've noticed. You know who Sklimbo is? No,
I do not.
It's one of the Socks, the formerly, I think he still goes by male Vtuber. He's one of the small, Socks is one of the sort of more recent English language corpos, and he's one of the talents there. But I've interacted with him quite a bit, and I've noticed that the way he talks operates on sort of pre-formulated speaking tropes around certain things that he explains, things that he discusses. To an extent, things that he says are pre-canned and pre-thought out, and it sounds better that way. I don't know if he does that intentionally, or if that's just a byproduct of how he approaches content creation, but it sounds very good, because thinking and speaking at the same time is actually difficult and is the primary reason why you would stumble over your words, have sounded pauses, and other things that you generally don't want to have in your speech, especially if you're presenting for the purpose of content. You stumble over that just because you've not gone through like the preparatory, you've not done the work of preparing your statements. Other people don't stumble over that because they don't fucking think.
That is true. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was never good at like forming like shit off the cuff. Sometimes like I have to really like slow down and kind of think of what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll have long pauses, which I need to work on that. I gotta stop doing that.
Listen, I'd say that's a sign of the fact that you're actually thinking about what you're saying, which I think is a rare skill. It's a lost art.
Thank you. I usually sum it up to just me being stupid. I don't know. You can tell I am not a very good critic of I do not hold myself in very high regard.
Listen, I would argue being humble does more for your public image than being as bloviating as I am.
Right. I've told my chat. I told them like, look, I've told them I try to avoid certain political topics because one, I'm just not very well versed in certain things. And two, the way I see a lot of, like, at least when it comes to current events, like with the Renee Good situation, I think you don't need to be well versed in politics to know that, yeah, like trying to run over a federal agent is not a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
She played a stupid game, she got a stupid prize.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not gonna talk about, GDP and finances, things like that, because I don't fully understand how those things work. So I'm not gonna say things and lead my community astray on it, because I don't know. I'm not an expert on that.
See, like again, you're ahead of the curve. You're already doing significantly better than most talking heads, including big VTubers. On the one hand, you could argue that yabs are also content. At the same time, at least for me, whenever I hear someone who's obviously not educated on the subject, but goes and says either things that are ignorant or wrong to their large audience, it makes me pull my hair out, and I am only saved by the fact that I shave my head clean.
Oh God.
And you'll see that occur in like the darndest fucking place. Some of these are, aspirational commentary VTubers who for some reason decide to wade into these waters, and then they start advocating for line go up, or they start discussing things they've never been in contact with. At the same time, like you'll watch a VRC stripper. In like one moment they're discussing jiggle physics, and on the other they're instructing their audience to go vote in the midterms a certain way. I'm sorry, is it this kind of show now? What? Well, there's the thing. The jiggling titties are actually a very great medium for conditioning your audience to agree with you, because if you fight back in the titty jiggler chat, you're just going to get banned. Well, you can still see the jiggling titties, but you can't interact with the stream, and it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. Yeah, exactly. So there's a certain social price for going against the grain there. So the VR chat dancer, that's probably like a by design kind of thing. That's the sort of the grassroots propaganda and indoctrination there. I don't know, not based on. It works on idiots, and it works like in thankfully the very limited audience that is sort of people who watch VR chat streams. Like I'll give an example of like well-meaning people who sometimes discuss things out of their depth, and that's sort of part of their content because they're supposed to be like the everyman, the relatable streamer who like has the same perspectives as you do. Leaflet does it a lot. She's very intelligent. Sometimes she'll discuss things that are outside of her wheelhouse, and she will explore those subjects, and with chat's help, she usually finds her way into the sort of correct conclusions to a lot of those things.
That's why I love Leaflet.
Yeah. Like her, I don't know, Kirsha, Alana, they like discuss a lot of social issues, and sometimes they'll just fucking step into it because it's some kind of esoteric thing. Like, I don't know, something that has to do with like white collar jobs, because they've just not been in that sphere long enough, and they've not been senior enough in that sphere. They don't understand the certain subtleties behind that. Or they don't understand a certain logic of like larger geopolitics, which I've had to explain to a lot of people. Like, for example, there'll be people who'll just assume the position, like complete isolationist non-interventionalism because like America only is the way to go. We don't have any resources for any outside interference or outside influence. And I can't sit and chat and like give them the whole fucking Kissinger-esque explanation of that's not how the real world works. And we're only able to enjoy the economic power of the dollar so long as we hold the rest of the world by the balls. And in order to do that, we need to have certain proxies that insulate our potential adversaries from us. For example, that's why we maintain Taiwan. That's why we maintain Japan. That's why we have military presence all across Europe. That's why we train NATO forces. That's why we maintain Israel. Because these are all regional bulwarks, in addition, that support our infrastructure of protecting trading lanes, because the trading lanes are actually, and generally the sort of the safety and consistency of international trading is what guarantees the value of the dollar, because we don't produce enough domestically in order to support the inherent value of the dollar. But we still benefit from its buying power that is informed by international trade lanes. And like it spins into layers of influence and soft power and all of that bullshit. And, for example, knocking off Maduro is part of that. It's a good play as part of that larger power play. But unless you're sort of keyed into the large picture, some of these pieces don't really make sense. And some people just discuss them from a surface level understanding that they have. And some people will grift and tell us that we're all going to war with Iran, and we actually all died in a war for Israel, I forget when, like May last year, I think.
Yeah. And the thing is, too, like, I have a roommate who does not like the Orange Man.
Uh-huh.
Given his circumstances, he's not originally from the United States. And
okay.
Well, that's a whole can of worms right there. But like I had to explain to him why we had to go bag Maduro.
Is he like fence hopper, not from the United States, or is he legal?
I am not going to go into detail for that.
Okay.
But he does have legal paperwork, though.
Oh, okay, then he's not a fence hopper.
Yeah. So, but he does not approve of how things are being handled.
See, my question to that usually is, okay, what would you suggest? I don't like thing. What is your alternative? What is, like, I'm not going to argue by proxy for you. It's unfair to do.
I hate to say this. I hate to insult the man's intelligence, but he does tend to go off of what other people tell him. And, yeah. Like right now, the big hang up he has is the Epstein files and all the redacteds. And it's like, you do know that it's not entirely the president's fault why there's so many redacteds there. There are other people who do look through these things.
Well, for one, I think Trump is actually not the one sitting there and redacting the whole thing. Could Trump have had better cabinet picks to deal with the Epstein files? Absolutely. I'm not happy with Pam Bondi. or Pam Bimbo, as I refer to her, because she's definitely someone who's suffered significant brain trauma as a result of not coming up for air from all of the dick that she sucked to get to where she is. She is
that ranch dressing on your lip?
Yeah, she's a very obvious deep state plant. She's a very obvious anchor who was put there to just throttle the administration. And that is part of the chessboard that we can't entirely see. Am I pleased that the Epstein files are dragging on as much as they are? No, not particularly. If I was convinced that there was something there on Trump, or rather, if there was something there to incriminate Trump, it would have been selectively published in the previous administration. No doubt about it. They wouldn't have to conjure felonies out of thin fucking air if they had convictions for participating in child trafficking. Like that, this is small peanuts in comparison to what they could have gotten him on. Or, at the very least, they would have just completely demolished his entire presidential run for free. Like, there would have been no coming back from that. If there was anything to publish in the papers, it would have been, like, if there was anything in the Epstein files, it would have been on every headline for the last 4 years. So there's obviously nothing there. If there are influence peddlers who are implicated, most likely there are means and methods, there are end personnel that are implicated in the papers. And that is a problem with the FBI existing in the first place, which is an institution that has outlived its usefulness decades ago.
Same with the CIA.
The CIA has external purposes. See, again, like, I'm not a hardline ANCAP retard. I think that the federal state should have certain authorities and certain powers. Not to point that, like, they dislike the CIA because it's a foreign influence tool. I dislike the CIA because the influence they try to spread is retarded, gay, and inefficient.
My issue with the CIA is a lot of the time they have way more power than our government. They're not elected officials.
Yes.
And they seem to have more sway than our elected officials, which is like, what was the whole fucking point of our republic?
Well, see, here's the thing. Like, elected officials, before we put so much power into the hands of elected officials as to affect a spy agency, I would like to limit the vote by a lot. I would like to actually disenfranchise a lot of fucking people.
Certain people should not be allowed to vote.
Roughly 50% of the population, if I am given free reign, because I will start with people who currently who over their lifetime have not been net contributors to the tax base. If over your lifetime you have received more benefits than you've paid taxes, I'm sorry, your ass is not voting. Local elections, federal elections, I do not fucking care. You are no longer a voter. We'll start with that, and then we see how that goes.
Wouldn't that be great in a perfect world?
Yeah.
Fuck, man. Some people, I look at them and I'm like, you are a fucking thief. Some people, I'm going to be real. So sadly, at the moment, I am temporarily working retail. I am looking at a couple of government jobs actually in the area. But some of these people, some of these customers, I want to flat out say to them, the fact that I share the same air that you breathe as I breathe is offensive to me.
To quote Kirsha, this is someone in California whose vote counts just as much as yours.
And, I love Kirsha's crash outs.
I would call that a crash out. That's just an accurate representation.
No. Just the shit. No, I'm saying when she just gets angry, and justifiably so. And I don't know. I've noticed lately in some of the clips and the videos I've watched of her covering shit, her voice has gotten a little raspy lately. I guess from like way too much yelling.
Yeah. She tunes how should I put this? She achieves her own personal form of Super Saiyan, but it's just an angry Bostonian sort of lesbian, non-committal lesbian.
I still love what she said. She's like, the men sound retarded, the women sound like lesbian bikers.
That's true. I'm sorry. No
God.
lie detected.
I still love it when she did that fucking collab with Mari, and she's like, Kirsha, can you hook me up with a lesbian biker? I want a woman who can treat me wrong. Fucking Mari, man. There are some VTubers, like any asshole who says that women are not fundamentally funny, I point to Mari, Ian, and Kirsha.
I mean, again, statistically, most of them aren't because they don't have to be. Some women are hilarious.
And fucking, well, what I'm saying is they're the exception to the, you know what I mean? But like, they are very talented, each of them. Like fucking Pippa is hysterical. Tenma is hysterical. Tenma, I pissed my pants laughing with Tenma.
Tenma is great. Tenma says... Tenma manages to say the most out-of-pocket shit every time. Like, you think you know what she's going to say, and no, you don't. You're not ready.
Just the funniest shit was
you're not ready. You're not ready for the Japanese wine aunt Foxu.
I forget what the fuck. I think someone asked her. I think they said like, they're like, "Are you Korean?" And she goes, "No, I am not Korean. Is your mother a donkey?"
She has that like very Shadow Warrior spoken Japanese accent about her, which just slaps so hard.
I fucking love it. She's fucking hysterical. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh God. Oh, she is just. It's what I like about VTubers, because it gives a lot of really talented people more of like, it helps them get noticed more, I feel like.
Yes, to an extent. I appreciate the medium. I appreciate what it does. So
yes. And
I appreciate people who seek to do more with the tools that it provides them. By sometimes breaking the mold, sometimes leaning into the shtick a little bit more. HoloLive is a great example of that. They're maxing out the potential of VTubing as a medium, especially now that they have their
HoloLive and FaZe.
I follow FaZe kind of less so
loosely. I get it.
I'm a very consistent I'm a very consistent VTubing snob. The VTubers I watch the most are Japanese VTubers.
Japanese VTubers will always be good though. I liked. I don't know if you ever seen that Coca-Cola commercial that Sakura Miko and Koroni did.
I have not.
It is adorable. It is. No, go ahead.
The Japanese ads were always in a sort of tier of their own. And the thing is about Japanese VTubers, and why I think VTubing should be Japan-centric, it should be like a weeaboo kind of thing. It should be an otaku hobby rather than weeaboo even. Because weeaboo presupposes American culture injected into it, the American interpretation of Japanese culture. I also disagree with that. I say that I maintain that VTubing should be Japan-centric forever, and that includes idol culture and everything that comes with it. And because of that, your largest Japanese VTubers are still ostensibly idols. They are media personalities and celebrities while staying true to the core culture of VTubing. And that's why you will have sort of, I don't know, the Hollow Girls doing Hollow Girl things, and then you turn on just regular ass Japanese broadcast TV, and there you see the Hollow Girls talking to the author of Baki about his writing process, which is a real thing that has happened. I've been flicking through like channels in a hotel in Tokyo and like, wait a second, this isn't YouTube. But yeah, I like people who do stuff with the medium, both in terms of like people who have unorthodox models, for example, like Layla Lazar or Hazmat, if you're aware of him, because he just has a model that's completely outside of the human frame. Right. And like in the limited capacity, in my limited creativity, I also try to do things with my model. that are sort of outside of the bounds of things that I could have done as like just a cam streamer. And I think that makes VTubing more interesting than just cam streaming. And I appreciate people who try to drive the medium to the max, like Girl DM, by the way, because she was one of the first people who was trying to get the most out of the medium on its own without having the convenient tools like Venian and like Vroid models that are sort of as convenient to use as they are today.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, and the thing is, too, like, Vroid... A lot of people will turn up their nose at Vroid. I've done Vroid for God knows how long, and I'm going to be honest with you. You can make a Vroid look pretty goddamn good if you put the effort into it and know what you're doing. I mean, look at my model. Look at your model.
Well, mine isn't technically a Vroid. You can't make a model like this in Vroid.
It's not a Vroid?
So... The face rigging originally came from Vroid, and a lot of the sort of the base physics of it came from a Vroid rig. However, I went and took the base model, took a different body mesh, different textures, actually multiple meshes. Some things I had to make from scratch completely. And I basically went into Blender, stripped down the meshes I wasn't using, and re-rigged all of the new models and stretched all of the new textures, had a little bit of help with the texture because it requires drawing. But my model is just a VRM model that it can't exist in Vroid because Vroid does not support a masculine muscular frame.
No, it does not.
You can't make because all Vroid models by default are female, up to and including titty bones. You can't make like a tier 5 bodybuilder physique in Vroid.
Unfortunately, you cannot. But like I've done things like I gotten around it.
Well, you obviously have items on you that are not like core Vroid items. So you've obviously had at the very least you've added things either in Unity or in Blender.
Right, but like for the arms, like if you could kind of see, kind of gives you the illusion of the muscles. I used a bodysuit.
Okay. Oh.
And then I gave it skin textures,
nice.
And then I manipulated it so that it looks like there's muscles. And then I put the skin texture on there that I got off of Booth.
That's
really
one way
good
to
skin
do that.
texture.
That's one way to... Well, my skin texture originally came off of Booth, so like I purchased like the full license for my facial textures, but then it had to be adjusted to the new mesh just because the UV maps are different, and obviously the tattoos had to be made largely from scratch, and aligning them on the back was a whole torturous process in and of itself.
Yeah.
But yeah, well, that's sort of a larger tangent, but I think there's 3D VTubing, while more resource intensive and more effort intensive, I think it is the original form of what VTubing is supposed to be. Live 2D is, first of all, more reliant on an artist to maintain your assets. Second of all, it is more limited. Because I can take my model and I can do stuff with it. I can pose it to demonstrate certain things because I have all of the rudimentary sort of components of it. I can also, like, with the things that I've learned while making the model, I can now very freely edit certain things, add certain things, and I don't need to rely on a paid artist to add those things. Like, I've made my own sort of this rash guard that I'm wearing because I originally defaulted to having like a Hawaiian shirt cut off, but I wanted a more neutral option. I've made and rigged up a flaming iron halo for myself, which are things. That's sick. Yeah. Let me try to conjure it. I need to really grit my teeth for this one. There you go.
Oh shit, that's really fucking cool.
Yeah. And like there's a little bounce to the flames. They sort of skit around the iron halo as I move. These are little things that I can do with a 3D model without having to rely on an artist to sort of re-rig it for me. And I appreciate that freedom that 3D models give. Live 2D does certain things better. It's probably better for presentation. It's easier to get the certain look going. I don't know. It still rubs me the wrong way. I see it as very limiting because I don't have like full 3D freedom. I can't just put a live 2D model into VRC, adapt it to that format, and just walk around in VR chat, which I can do with this model.
Right. I do like how versatile 3D can be. I mean, I've saved a lot of money over the years just working with 3D, but I'm going to be honest with you, I have gotten to a point where I'm getting tired
of the 3D.
Yeah, just doing it all myself. But at the same time, I don't know. I do eventually. I would like to get a live 2D at some point.
Weak.
Yeah. Well,
here's the thing. You can commission 3D stuff. You don't need to commission the entire thing. But the reason I chose to do my model was partially out of spite, because I looked at commissions. I got like some loose pricing for making a model that I got, and people were quoting me shit like $300 for character concept and
Jesus.
like up to $1,000 in the actual model and rigging, which is ridiculous. I'm sorry. Like, I don't think that your time is worth that much.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to go into Blender. I will figure out how to do these things, and I will come out with a marketable skill on the other side of it, while also not paying someone on the internet the money that I could otherwise spend on other things, like taking a vacation to Japan or buying a nice gun.
That is fair. I don't know. My whole thing is, I think this is gonna sound. This might sound a little cringe depending on who listens to this, but like one of my biggest inspirations, right, with my content and how I became a tactical VTuber, the first tactical VTuber I came across was Whiskey Project.
Based. She's made the market for tactical VTubers in a very large sense. Her and Sleepy were probably the first ones to even try to, engage with VTubing in the context of guns. Like, they've definitely paved a path.
They paved the way. Because, like, I was like, oh, wait, because I wanted to be a military VTuber when I first started out, but I didn't see any VTubers with guns, and I'm like, is it just like a culture no-no, or is it just like, it's just impossible to do? And then I saw Whiskey Project, and I was like, oh, shit, I can be like that. Oh, damn, really? And it was kind of like, I had a weird concept when I started out. I was a space Templar, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I'm from like the distant future where the Vatican has its own space force, and I went on a space crusade, and then our ship got sucked into a wormhole, and somehow I'm back in the 2020s.
That just sounds like you're a Warhammer character.
Yeah, pretty much. A lot of people, and then I had too many people tell me I look too much like Kirito, and I hate Sword Art Online. I think it's a trash anime.
It is slop, yes.
Yes, it is normie slop. So I was like, all right, fuck it. I want to make a change.
Hold on to that thought real quick. I need to really quickly go take a piss, and then we'll pick up from that exact spot. I will probably go take a piss myself. Excellent. Hold on to that thought. You didn't want to be compared to Kirito. Back in the day, there was this... I don't know if you've watched Kaguya Luna at all.
I believe I have. Yes.
So she had that. Oh, that wasn't her skit, actually. I think that was a Kizuna Ai skit. And she was doing, like, just VTuber things, basically, like a skit. And one of them was, like, that face you make when you stepped away from the PC and then you're sort of crawling back into the skin suit of your VTuber. I think of that one every time I see that.
Oh, God.
But you were saying, like, you were compared to Kirito, and you kind of were fed up with that.
I was fed up with it. I just... Also, some people found me a little unapproachable because of the big blue cross that was on my chest plate.
Interesting.
Yeah, not necessarily, like, And the thing is too, I felt like, because I did meet VTubers that were like that made Christian content, and I felt like I was doing a disservice to them,
Mm.
and I was doing a disservice to the Templar character because I was very profanic. I very, you know, I make a lot of lewd jokes. I swear a lot.
Hmm.
Um, Things that you wouldn't expect a Templar character to do.
Hmm.
And I was being mistaken as a Christian like themed content creator, and
Hmm.
that's was not the case.
There are a
I
lot of
just like
those recently, actually. You noticed that?
yeah, yeah, I have noticed that, and I honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't see anything wrong with that. I think that's good.
I don't see that
Um,
as inherently wrong. I think it has varying degrees of being organic, and also at the same time, it's how should I put this? Some do it better than others. Uh, some I'm not gonna name names. It feels very forced.
right. I mean, I know a couple. Like, I know Kaori Lupine. I know Kaito Tojiko. Um, I recently, I mean, we've been moots for a while on Twitter and stuff, but I kind of recently, I've been more talking with her a little bit more. Celestium.
Uh huh.
Um, but yeah, I we did for a time work for the same company, so
Like my biggest
but
point
I
of
don't want to get
yeah,
into that.
yeah, yeah. Like the biggest issue I have sometimes when I try to consume someone who like deals with that premise a lot. Actually, yes, any religion for that point is that they'll sometimes introduce other people into the conversation and then they'll start discussing like core principles and like not being a practicing adherent of mainline religions myself, I'm still a big fan of theology, and I like the source material because I think it was still foundational to our civilization. I think they're important. There's an important function that religion plays in society. Therefore, it is worth to sort of read the foundational texts that have to do with people of the book, whichever flavor you happen to subscribe to. At the very least, it's going to give you a glimpse at the historical context that informed that particular sect, or it's going to like give you perspective on why certain things in society work the way they do. I'm a big fan of theology, from a sociological perspective, from its utilitarian perspective, and just from the point of myths are fucking cool. And whenever
They
I
are.
hear someone just quoting source material wrong or grossly misrepresenting it, I get the most just burning. I get autistically angry, and
No,
I just tune out.
no, I agree with you. So yeah, it was kind of at that point where I felt like I was doing a disservice, and I didn't want to lead people astray.
Uh huh.
And I was like, this character doesn't fit my personality. I'm gonna make a new character, one that does fit my personality more, and we're gonna just kind of figure it out from there. And
Mm-hmm.
I remember the original lore for the wolf character is that he was an alien from a planet where it was kind of like a cousin species to humans. Instead of evolving from apes, they evolved from wolves.
Uh huh.
And you know, his planet had a civil war. He was on the losing side. He took a bunch of his people with him, and their ship crash landed in the middle of the United States. They get held up in Area 51. They get vetted. They're like, okay, you guys are cool. How would you like to work for us? That was kind of the whole premise. But I felt like that was too convoluted. So I was like, I really like supernatural stuff. I really like the game Fear. I like I liked the first two Hellboy movies.
Mm.
I like that whole concept of like, supernatural creatures being used by the government to deal with like really bizarre threats.
Supernatural threats, basically.
Pretty much. Like, so I was like, okay, well, shit, I'm just going to say I'm a werewolf that runs a PMC as a legal workaround for NATO to get around, that pesky Geneva Convention to deal with abnormal threats against.
I'm trying to think of militarized or weaponized werewolves. I could swear I recall seeing that concept somewhere.
It was from Love, Death, and Robots. There was a short film for that, but it's also based off of a short story.
True.
I took inspiration from that, actually, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll be a werewolf. I was going to do a vampire, but I'm like, vampires are overdone. And plus, I'm sorry, Twilight ruined vampires. And I didn't want to hear any Twilight jokes. And if people do bring them up, I usually bring them up first before anyone else does, because I say, hey, you know what? For every Edward, there is a Jacob to cuck him.
I'm not deep on the power politics of Twilight. I just don't touch that.
All you need to know is in the second book, the vampire gets cucked by a werewolf.
Really?
Who is a more masculine, bulky individual.
I see. I've watched, I think, at least 2 of the 3 movies. I don't think I watched the third one.
I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
Listen, it comes with the territory of dating basic bitches. It's the price you have to pay.
Yeah. Those books, they made many a middle-aged woman moist again.
I think actually from a marketing perspective, again, I approach most things from the position of a bean counter.
That's fine.
But the Twilight books are actually written very well, because not only is it a self-insert for like women to self-insert and feel special, like she is the one, like not like the other girls, whatever the fuck. They also presented 2 male leads for different age groups of women, because young girls are afraid of masculinity before they sort of go through proper puberty. Masculine men seem intimidating to them because they're not in their childbearing years, so masculine men are just basically just exclusively a threat to them in nature. But that's why you have the twink Edward. But women who have gone through puberty, they are going to be more attracted to like the masculine secondary traits. That's why you have Jacob, the sort of slightly larger than do you even lift physique. What women think is buff.
Much.
Yeah. Brilliant marketing, I have to say.
I'll give her credit for that. Yeah, that is, I didn't think of it that way. I just, as a teenage boy, I was like, oh my fucking God, why? like when I thought vampires, I thought of Blade. I thought of The Lost Boys. I thought of fucking hell, even Underworld.
Underworld movies were pretty cool.
They were pretty cool. And the lead actress is, oh God.
What was it? Kate Beckinsale, I think?
Yeah. God,
Kate Beckinsale with full frontal nudity, by the way. Haha.
Yeah.
See, we can't drool over Underworld and then we can't throw stones from that particular glass house at Twilight.
That is true. I mean, Underworld was made more for the men. Twilight was made more for the women.
Yeah. And ours had better production quality too. So.
Yeah, that is fair. That is fair. But like in all seriousness though, like I've enjoyed the rebrand. Honestly, I think I've actually been more successful with the werewolf character than I was with the Templar character. Had I stayed with it. It suits me more. My military background, the experiences I've had. I mean, if you notice, I have like the eye makeup around the eyes because I was a goth kid growing up, so. And I felt like it just makes him look more, I don't know.
Listen, as time goes on and we go through different iterations of media, I am just reminded of the fact that all of the things we thought were cool at 12 are still cool. I have yet to be
Yes.
dissuaded of that.
Yeah. I thought of like the whole I American thing. I was thinking it's more of like an intimidation thing.
Mm.
You know, the That's funny. Sleepy Project saw my model on Twitter and thought it was because I just did not get any sleep at all. And then I pointed out, no, my character is goth.
No, it is that bad.
Yeah. No, you know what? In a way, yeah, it is kind of that bad. And also, yeah,
I
because
think
like
leaning into the shtick and owning it is always better. Because that's for example what I do. Like I understand that, for example, the outward physique and the level of detail on my model is ridiculous. People have complained that it's like noisy if you don't know what you're looking at and you don't know the relevance of certain things.
I think it's fine the way it is. Honestly, it suits you.
Again, usually these complaints are from people who don't understand the relevance of certain components. The biggest complaint was from not understanding that, for example, I don't have my plate carrier on at all times. The plate carrier is a choice that chat gets to make. Or if I'm playing a shooting game, then I'm going to have it like pre-activated. I'm going to have like 1 of 10 morale patches on it. Which is like, we're playing a tactical game, therefore plate carrier, therefore rifle and low ready. And it makes sense internally. But then the plate carrier, again, is sometimes the collective consciousness of the internet has bright ideas. Because someone said that, hey, just having a solid black, sort of boring standard ass plate carrier on your sort of esoteric Oni model, which has like martial arts paraphernalia on it, is kind of boring. You're not really doing anything with it. I'm like, you know what? That's a good point. I should like remake the plate carrier with a logic of it having some kind of connection to like the Japanese tradition from which I derive a lot of my visual attributes. Like if I am wearing a sort of a modernized version of a Japanese battle garment, which is like loose fitting pants, a sash belt, and geta sandals, then perhaps I need to use what would be conceived as high end materials and patterns for what is a modernized battle suit, which is the body armor. Perhaps I need to sort of modify, like my magazines are stacked in a way where they're designed to work against specific types of threats. That's why I have one magazine that's covered with like a Buddhist mantra. I have another magazine that's like enchanted with a Shinto seal, and I have one magazine that's specifically designed against feds because it's black tip 300 blackout.
That's awesome, actually.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm still kind of working on the lore for my shit. I do want to take some of my VTuber backstory, but like put it in a writing. Like I said, the story I mentioned earlier with the ghost girl, I felt like would be more of like an entry into that. So like my character would be in the story, but he is not the main character of that story. The ghost character, she is the introduction. She is the outsider who's being thrusted into this world.
That's a solid narrative choice, I think.
Yeah. So you're learning about Razor through her. You're not learning about Razor through Razor. You're learning it through her perspective. I will do stories from Razor's perspective in the future after that story is done. But I felt like that story would make for a good introduction.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's I like those are the two things I really enjoy. I enjoy horror, right? But I also enjoy military. You know, I'm a big military enthusiast, military history, that type of thing, and I wanted to kind of combine the two. That's why my character kind of looks the way he does. You know, I wanted to mix horror with tactical, so I figured it yeah.
It's a theme. I think it works. So
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I did try to experiment for a while there with the black scleras, and it looked bad. It took away. I felt like, and that's why I kind of like went back to just having the scaleras I have now, and
Mm,
it just looks better.
mm,
I don't know. I was trying a little too hard. I felt like to look more like to really up the supernatural,
mm.
and I had that really shitty bandana for a while there, trying a little too hard, look like Solid Snake, but not saying I'm Solid Snake. Yeah, I feel like this works a lot better,
Hmm.
honestly.
I think it's a cohesive outfit, and it's also like you're again as someone who's a 3D model aristocrat, you are also at liberty of changing a lot of these elements on the fly. Like
Exactly.
it's a matter of going into Blender and learning how to sort of finagle some of these elements.
Right. What I added back here, this is a breaching it's an axe, but it's also a breaching crowbar.
Mm-hmm.
I will say as shitty as the remake for Modern Warfare 2 and 3 were, I actually really enjoy the Philip Gray's character.
I've never played
And
a
Philip
modern warfare game. I've never played
God
Battlefield.
bless you. God bless you. Although the Battlefield, I will always like Battlefield.
I
Well,
was a Halo boy. I
no,
played
it's all good.
Halo. Yeah.
But like, I don't know. He has this crowbar that he had a breaching crowbar he would have on his
Mm,
back, and if you
mm.
played as him in multiplayer or any of the co-op modes, he had a finisher where he would like use the crowbar to like crack someone's skull open or to
Nice.
like pry open their mouth.
Okay, that listen, whatever works.
Yeah,
Uh,
right.
I've integrated a breaching shotgun into my kit.
Oh,
Uh,
I have one too.
yeah, I did that mostly because I just have a breaching. Well, it's not even that. I had a Birdhead 590 Shockwave that I got for free, and no one would buy it for MSRP from me. And I'm like, I'm not selling it for cheaper than the market going rate. Like, I'm not gonna let people just cheat me out of money. So I'm just not gonna sell it. And since it's not really good for anything other than breaching doors, okay, then I'm going to make it a breaching shotgun. So I found a way to affix a paracord loop to it. Although I'm going to be redoing that. I'm going to buy a flat paracord, and I'm going to do like a samurai handle grip weave on it, and
Oh,
then
that'd be cool.
I'm probably going to hide it under hockey tape just to sort of give it that rigidity. I've not quite figured that out yet. Just to not have to fuck with it, or maybe I will start with a base of hockey tape and then sort of taper it off with hockey tape on both ends to give it sort of structural stability. But the middle I want to interlace like a katana grip, just to make it fucking cheesy and weeabooish.
Oh, that would be badass though.
I'm gonna do that on. So I am I am gathering materials for a large sort of hand cam stream. I do those in spurs. So once I get my new standing desk, as a continuation of my existing desk, uh, I'll get the paracord. I'll get other. If I get anything interesting that's also like gun related, like a new red dot or part of the whatchamacallit, the forced reset stuff for the MCX, or even just the new filler for my Pelican case. Like if I get a combination of those things, I will then turn that into a big hand cam stream and like do all of that shit on stream.
Oh,
Like
that'd be badass.
yeah, because I need to cut like new foam for my case because right now it doesn't make sense because it only fits the rifle. And once I get my new can, it's also possible that the new can is not going to fit in the way the foam is cut. So, like, things for me to figure out, basically.
Right, right, right.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do
Yeah.
that, and I'm going to try to do like the grip pleating for the breacher shotgun. And like the challenge here is I need to work in a loop, and that loop attaches to a bungee dog leash, and then I retain the breaching shotgun behind my left shoulder in a rifle retention like little rifle catch. So right now that's the way I have it set up on my armor.
Oh, that'd be so fucking cool.
Yeah, I tried it
Yeah.
out. Again, I don't have breaching slugs. I don't anticipate to need to breach doors. I have like what I think I have like 3 slugs sitting in the sidecar on that shotgun. I have like two rounds of buckshot and 3 pieces of slug, or three rounds of slugs, because that way I have it like hang on my armor breacher ready so that there's no rounds in it. I don't carry it hot because it's like not a safe firearm to carry hot. But if I need to get through a door with other people present, I can pull it off, throw a slug into the chamber, load it, blow the hinges off, and like as other people are going in to do work, I can sling it up, get my primary, and also continue to go do work.
That's badass. That's pretty fucking cool, actually.
I love LARPing.
Oh, LARPing can be fun.
Hey, listen, I try to at least transform it into a form of learning. I try to take something away. Like, we go to the open range, and yes, plinking at the steel is fun, but I would also at least try to do like you don't often get access to an open range, and like indoor ranges won't let you draw from the holster. They won't let you move around. And like, I want to take this opportunity to train. Like, let me practice my fanny pack presentation. Let me draw from concealment or from the holster and try to do a bilger on steel.
I would like to take classes and do shit like that. I need to find a place around here where I can practice those things.
I almost stepped into some deep shit with classes. I was this close for signing up to a Tim Kennedy class.
Oh no.
Right, oh, no. Right as the whole thing with his V device not being real sort of came up and people started digging into it and he had to go into hiding. And like, oh, that's not a great look. Yeah.
No,
well,
here's not.
Yeah, here's the thing. I'm sure that he's a real Green Beret. He has a real Ranger tab. My brother in Christ, why did you have to go and like do all of the extra shit? Like, I'm sure he knows stuff, but given just the amount of things that are proven to be false, and like, I'm sorry, brother, you lied on the record about things that it's not cool to lie about. Like, even if I go to learn from you, like, I'm going to be like, I'm going to get some backsplash from your reputation, and I'm not paying like an upward of $600 for just a pistol course to sort of have the 50 grenade smell attached to it.
Yeah.
And I was interested in the combatives that he practices, because I don't like sporting BJJ because I think it's lame and it's unnecessarily traumatic. I like the sort of the combat application shit. I wanted to learn the weapon retention stuff that I'm sure he's good at to a certain extent. Although now you can't be sure.
Yeah, because of all the shit that happened.
Yeah, it poisons the entire pot. I'm sorry, like this whole barrel of honey. I'm sorry, someone took a steaming hot shit right in the middle of it, and you're not really separating those two mediums anymore.
Yeah, if you had been a little more honest, I feel like shit would have been good. But like, fuck, man, the fact that he lied. That's the thing. I can't forgive a liar.
Well, not only that, like.
If you're gonna lie about your service,
the double and triple down on things that you know are incorrect. Like, my brother in Christ. Well, again, if it comes out that his DD-214 was just not updated, incorrect, and like a year later his papers get fixed and he gets his V device, no questions asked. So far, it's been more than a year, and I'm not hearing anything, and it looks bad. Yeah, and I'm just not touching that. Like, people who've interacted with him say that he's like a perfectly chill guy. He's very courteous. He's very kind to you in person. I'm perfectly predisposed to believe that. I'm not drinking that haterade just to be a bandwagon hater. But just on the outside looking in, from opinions that I've heard from other service members, no, that's not cash money. You don't do that. And I'm just fortunate that I managed to dodge that particular bullet. Or I managed to dodge those 50 grenades. So yeah, training would be nice. I've yet to figure out a place where it's safe to go train, I guess. I like what Achilles heel training does, but he does like tours, I guess. So I would need to catch him when he's doing something in Texas, and I would need to sort of catch up with that and be able to get to wherever they're doing training. He's the guy who came up with the man card drill. Are you aware of that one?
I think I've heard of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's a course of fire that you need to do. You get 2 tries for each course of fire. I think it's what, like 20 yards, I think, or 25 yards. And you
Oh
need to
wow.
do, yeah, you need to do pistol from low ready, pistol from holster, rifle from high ready, rifle from low ready, rifle, and transition into pistol. And there are like specific time limits to each one of those, and if you fail a step, that's it. Like you surrender your man card, and you're out of the rotation.
Oh wow. Fuck.
Which is it's cool. Like it's a consistent standard that you need to do under pressure with people watching. You're gonna get made fun of, very very gently, but you're going to get shit on if you fail it. It's not pleasant to be told hand over your man card. It's nothing to chimp out about, but it's not pleasant. And like it's a cool little sort of exercise that he runs people through, and he does that. I think he does that at the beginning or at the ending of a course. So he'll hand out what he calls like those little man cards, and he'll run people through that course of fire. If you fail both attempts, that's it. Like you hand over your man card, and if you do the whole course of fire within the time limits, you retain your man card, which is very cool.
That is cool. I guess you can keep that as like bragging rights.
Yeah, basically. There's an enhanced like pro card that he has on top of that, which is done at like extended distances, which is also cool. Um, the other sort of aspirational training target that's come across my radar recently is the tactical games. Have you heard of that?
No, I have not.
It's it's CrossFit but cool. Basically,
Huh.
they'll have like a 2 or 3 day event, and it's a combination. It's basically a biathlon in the sense that you have like a physical course of an exercise that you need to do. Like the first day is a run with your rifle, and with your handgun in a holster, with sort of certain barriers. It's like an obstacle course essentially that you need to cover over a certain par time. Then the courses they'll involve like carrying sandbags, turning over tires, vaulting over certain structures. Usually it's a power rack that's set up in a specific height. And it'll be like a combination of those things, or if it's like a sled push, and you do that the requisite amount of times, and then you run up to a station where you have your gun staged. You're like load from safe, you hit the steel, or you miss and you don't score. You drop your rifle, and then you go and repeat that course, and you do that a number of times, and that's like you do that throughout the 3 days of the competition. And that looks like pure concentrated suffering, and I really want to do that. Like it looks like I will be audibly yearning for death at the end of each day, and I miss that so much because I used to do that. I used to get that a lot when I was doing a lot of Japanese jiu-jitsu training when we had our training camps in Japan. Like the senseis would just run us ragged by the end of the day. We would start at like 8 a.m. and finish at 4 p.m. And all you want to do is just eat and soak in a bath, but you also want to walk around and actually also do shit, but you also have training in the morning. So like that sense of doing something difficult with purpose, I really miss that.
Yeah. Oh, there are days I miss being in the military, and then there's other days when like shit that happens, like watching Angry Cops and like those guys, and I'm just like, with all the dumb shit some of these people do, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe it's good that I am in this new chapter of my life.
I'd say The good things about the military is that it gives you structure, it gives you clear instructions. The problem is that you are also proxying out a lot of your autonomy to someone above you. You are entrusting yourself in the command structure that is also made of people, and people are fallible. And these are not people that you can easily vet yourselves. You also can't just, on the spot opt out of participating in that because you're under contract. Um, that's where I like the sort of, again, the sort of, some people will call it LARPing, but I call it sort of voluntary closed societies that are like hardcore competitive or combative gyms, hardcore sort of training societies, things that sort of retain that hierarchical structure. They give you tangible goals. You have a certain external person that guides you through certain steps of attainment. However, you as an adult retain that amount of agency of saying that, hey, this is actually not in my best interest and you're a fucking idiot, so I'm just going to leave. And that's probably why I've always sort of felt attracted to participating in things like that, like the tactical games, like sort of the Japanese federations and hierarchies.
Yeah, it's just yeah. I will say this, that the military, the fact that like it's just the feeling of not being in control. I feel like that's the one thing I will say I don't miss.
Mm.
Uh,
Yeah, I see
but
that. I
the
see that.
yeah, unfortunately, I do not have as positive of an experience going in as some other people.
Mm-hmm.
That feeling of camaraderie and things of that nature, because unfortunately it was a unit that was mostly women.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, with the MOS that I had, our section was mainly women, and we had a senior NCO who was quite the womanizer. He was quite the well, let's just say he had some fidelity issues.
Ah, was he was he dipping his pen into every inkwell of the company ink?
Uh, Essentially, yes.
Ah, interesting.
That is what he was doing. And
Mm-hmm.
it really left a bad taste in my mouth. And I was like, what the fuck? You fuckers are supposed to be, this is supposed to be a professional, organization. What the hell are you all doing?
Well, yeah, that's kind of not the purpose of the exercise. You're supposed to be there to learn a skill that is part of a larger objective and a larger mission, not to not to bump uglies just because you're there and you're bored.
Yeah, and that shit, that pissed me off. It just, they're like, oh, because I was medical reasons, right? They were like,
Mm-hmm.
okay, well, you know, you can always come back again if you change your mind. I'm thinking to myself, I'm not changing my mind.
Hmm.
After the shit that I experienced, because and that was just as a reservist, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I can only imagine how bad shit is for active duty, and I'm like, you know what? I heard about like how active duty live on post and how like you can have an NCO or a officer come in at any time into your room and without fucking warning
Mm-hmm.
and just dictate you. And I'm like, fuck that. Nah.
Mm-hmm.
So like my desire to reenlist, like, listen, I fancy myself a patriot. I love my country. I do respect our military. I respect a lot of our service members and the shit they do. Um, but I just I feel like I enlisted in the wrong era.
That actually might be very true, given
Because
that under Hegseth, allegedly, recruitment numbers have been through the roof across all branches.
really, that's good. Hegseth is doing the Lord's work. I do like Hegseth. I do like what he's doing. But man,
I think
just...
that he was an important return to sanity in the sense that that's going to be less applicable to our military context. It's an idea that I sort of happened upon when I was listening to statements made about the Japanese self-defense force, because like people were complaining about, oh, it's like a hostile environment and there's like sexual harassment involved there. And I'm listening to the testimony and I'm like, yeah, these are not nice things to do, but
You should be doing them.
What do you mean?
Like the sexual harassment.
Oh, you shouldn't. Okay, the microphone dipped there a little bit at an interesting moment.
No. Yeah, you shouldn't do those things.
Yeah,
no.
the thing is, the military is also not a social club.
No,
the military, even like a play military that's the self-defense force, they're not a defensive military, blah, 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 whatever the fuck. They're a military. They're an army because they have like an army, a navy, a coast guard, and an air force. And I think the same applies to our military. It is an environment, the purpose of which is to foster what are essentially antisocial skills and attributes. The purpose of the military is what Delta did in Venezuela. You go in, you kill everything that looks like a threat, you bag your man, you bomb Hugo Chavez's fucking grave just because you can, and then you exfil. I'm sorry, nicety is not part of the work description. You are supposed to be effective. You are supposed to be deadly. Anything that doesn't contribute to that is chaff, and that should not be part of the equation. And under Obama and under Biden, realistically, Trump overlooked that. He did not pay attention to that in his first term. So under Trump 1, all of that shit was still very, very prevalent in the military, and I think that it was decaying the warfighting capabilities of the military. And that's why I welcome Hegseth sort of walking in and saying, hey, you're going to cut that shit out. We are going to get people who are hard as nails now. The physical standards are universal and they are hard. The uniform standards, you may not like them, but they are part of the military discipline and you will abide by them. The purpose of the machine and what it is what it does. And the machine of the American military is supposed to hold the world by the balls. And you better have some fucking grip strength in order to do that.
Yeah, for real. And
yeah.
It's just...
Be the nightmare fuel that the PLA soldier thinks you are.
Exactly. It's just, unfortunately, like I said, I fucking listed at the wrong time. I went in at a time when the standards were really slipping. And man, that duty station. I'm not going to get into what exact unit because again, OPSEC.
Yeah.
But fuck, I hated it. I hated that unit. I hated being there.
I wonder how different or how similar the sort of decaying effect of a predominantly female makeup of a unit is to a female dominated workspace. Because, for example, I've worked in office spaces that are female dominated, either in management or in like the predominant head count. And I've worked in just almost universally male workspaces. And I wouldn't say that it's night and day, but the atmosphere is tangibly different. The effectiveness of the work is tangibly different. And the cohesiveness of the people sort of working there is also very different. For example, like female dominated workspaces are more susceptible to sort of informal hierarchies that women tend to build when they're unchecked. They start playing power politics. They start playing with reputation management and reputation assassination. They invest a lot more into intangibles. Whereas men usually just care about, well, what is your job? Did you do your job? Did you do it well? Good for you. Um, did you do more than your job? Even better. Fantastic work. Did you fuck up? Fuck you. Do better next time. And that is it.
That's how it should be, but
Yeah.
unfortunately it's not. It's just,
So
I don't know, that's just how shit is.
But is it similar to what you've seen in the military with regards to like mostly
Yes.
male units, mostly female units?
What I literally, well, here's the thing, right? So the unit was run. Fuck, I'm gonna be real with you. Very similar, yes, in some ways.
Okay.
But there's also definitely favoritism. The women get a lot more favoritism than the men.
Mm-hmm.
We had women who would not show up to formation on time. They would be 2 hours late to drill.
Wait, 2 hours?
2 hours late.
Holy shit!
Here I was, a broke ass private with no car, and I had to take a trolley and a fucking train.
Uh-huh.
A trolley, 2 buses, 3 buses. Actually, no. I had to, yeah. Fucking 3 buses and 2 trains.
Okay.
To get to my fucking unit. And I always made it on time.
Uh-huh.
These bitches had regular access to a car. And yet somehow always late. And they lived an hour away from post. Not even. And they were like more local to this post. Whereas it was like somewhere out in fucking central PA, right?
Uh-huh.
Whereas I was in fucking Philadelphia. Having to get all the fucking way out there. Like, I had no excuse. Well, you know, I would have had more of an excuse to be late than they would have, you know? But then again, I was smart and I left the day prior. And it's funny, my NCOs were like, damn, really? You just thought all of that out? I'm like, yeah, just makes sense to come the day before.
Imagine thinking ahead about things you do.
Yeah, right? I guess common sense really ain't that fucking common nowadays. But yeah, it's just, oh man. It just pissed me off so much with shit like that. Oh god, you'd have the females not even fucking clean up after themselves, and I had to fucking do this shit. I'm like, really? They were the ones that worked in this machine. They should be the ones fucking cleaning it. Why the fuck am I doing it? Fuck you, guy. I was done. I was fucking done. Oh. And, you know, I was gonna, you know, until I got that fucking accident, you know. Fucking fucked up my back. I was gonna make a fucking career of it, like I said, but then honestly, part of me was like, you know, demoralized. This is like, fuck. Well, I was gonna make a career of this, and now this happened. But then at the same time, with all the shit I dealt with in my unit, I was like, maybe this is a good thing. Maybe it's a good thing to get out of here. Yeah, it's just shit like that.
I mean, usually things will work out because you don't really have another option. Like you make do with the cards that you're dealt, and the play here is understanding how do you get the best out of it. Maybe the best sort of direction for you to pursue wasn't to stay in the military and try to do other things. Maybe at some point you'll decide that you want to do something that's like Leo related or military related. And if you have the option to re-enlist, maybe you'll just do that under more favorable circumstances. And you'll have an opportunity to positively impact at least your immediate surroundings by just, you know, being a better senior officer.
Yeah, I was considering re-enlisting, but I'm at that age now where I feel like I'm getting a little. I think it's a little too late.
That's also fair.
I mean, if I am going to do anything military, it's probably working as a civilian contractor.
I hear the money's pretty okay.
Yeah, I hear the money's all right. I mean, not as like, fucking goddamn Blackwater or some shit like that, but I'm
What are they
talking
called
more
now?
like,
Providence, I think, something like that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe more like, I don't know, like logistics or something.
Also an important part of it, of the whole process.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe security, something.
Can you
Just
go into a little bit more detail about the podcast that you have cooking with myself, Jamez, Shiroi, who else? Grizz is on there as well.
Grizz, yeah. So the concept, the idea was going to be something kind of like akin to unsubscribe, right?
Uh-huh.
Uh, like I said, I tried to avoid talking about certain current events and shit, at least while I'm streaming.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like doing something like this would this would be kind of like my, and for a few other people, because Shirai and I are very much, you'll like Shirai when
Shiroi doesn't
she,
seem to be too shy about glowing. Like even playing Star Wars does
no,
not prevent her from from
yeah,
going Super Saiyan Alex Jones.
we say shit that's probably even worse off stream because were roommates.
I mean, how is it, if it's true, is it really worse?
We glow a lot harder in person than we do on stream. I will say that. I'm a very different person in private when it
Which
comes to shit.
makes sense because, again, the VTuber and the person piloting the VTuber should probably be separate entities.
Yes. But I felt like the podcast would probably give me, like, and a few others, like JMez and you, Grizz. Well, you have already been very open. But, like, just kind of like I just feel like people who would all work very well together talking about current events and shit like that.
I guess that could work out. Although I would probably selfishly try to retain kayfabe because I think that as long as the VTuber is on stream,
that's fine.
I kind of want to stay in the VTuber persona. It's a big revelation that I've sort of had after the whole peanut debacle. Like I want to aspire to the standard of VTubing that I sort of have hoisted up on that particular flagpole, and that includes having good kayfabe because the VTubers that I like watching have good kayfabe, and I'm not going to go to like ridiculous lengths. For example, like I am technically speaking a Japanese speaking VTuber. I don't really want to do the majority of my content in Japanese just because it's extremely taxing. I am significantly less verbally competent in Japanese despite being effectively fluent. But I think like I want to use that as a big pillar of making my content valuable and having it be a part of what I think good VTubing is. And a part of that is insisting that I am a bright red Japanese Oni with some questionable parentage potentially somewhere in the bloodstream. But as long as I don't how should I put this? As long as I don't let it out too much and too frequently, I will maintain that my primary parentage is still of a Japanese Oni, and like not the shit that occasionally pops up whenever my blood pressure gets too high. You know what I mean?
No, I get what you mean.
Yeah.
No, obviously not going like full on glow, right? With the
Yeah.
podcast. It's just more like it's there for the people who do like that kind of stuff. And I just figured it'd be a nice little change of pace to, because my streams are mainly gaming and just me being a goofball, right?
Yeah.
And I will talk about some shit, but I don't talk about it too much because I do notice some people don't want to hear it.
Yes.
Right.
For a lot
Even
of
if
people,
they agree
VTubing
with
is
it.
escapism.
Yeah, so I that's my streams are primarily escapism.
Hmm.
But I was thinking for the podcast, I think it'd be great to like just
I think it's a healthy exercise both for the people participating, in the sense that, we get to tackle topics that sometimes just don't fit the runtime of a given stream. Sometimes it's just not relevant to whatever is happening. And I think it's also valuable for the audience in the sense that we can take sort of common talking points, and at least for me, the mission statement is going to be to put it through a filter of things that I know as someone who has glimpsed into some of the darker corners of the world. Like, I have a lot more surface area with like the global 1%, the dark money behind certain interest. I know how a lot of these places work. And I've just learned certain things from interesting and sometimes scary people. And I think that's valuable perspective to add on top of the fact that I've also like been steeped in a lot of corpo shit, and I know how that world functions, and I understand that no, like, the corporations aren't just evil. They're not here to ensure that you own nothing and then be happy. There's actually like more logical interests there that you just need to understand how to work around. And like, the world isn't actually evil and out to get you. And I think it's important to counter signal certain simple explanations to complex problems. And I'm sort of doing a little bit of foreshadowing because I think a lot of that it will come up with the next guest that we're planning to have on, if I'm allowed to disclose. Not yet?
I think we can disclose here. Why the hell not?
She's
yeah. I've been wanting to do a collab with her, but not on stream.
Yeah. Well, she seems perfectly capable of moderating herself on stream. Like,
yeah.
She's not unhinged, but she
has spicy opinions.
Listen, again, spicy opinions is such a watered down term.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a way to put it nicely.
She's dangerously on the verge of noticing her entire character arc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I listen to her VODs every now and then. I do think she makes some good points. Though there are some things I don't always agree on.
I think usually it comes down to defaulting to simple explanations for complex problems. That's usually how people arrive to a lot of their sort of incorrect opinions. Not even opinions, incorrect conclusions, because opinions are opinions. They're like assholes. Right. Everyone has one.
I feel like she'd be an interesting guest, though, to have on. Yeah. I've wanted to do something with her for a while. It's just I was always afraid to kind of, take a dip in that pond.
Well,
so to speak.
Let's see how that goes. I mean, there's no such thing as bad publicity, so
that is true.
We may as well kick it off with a bang, and then see how that goes.
And I figure the chemistry with everybody involved, I think it'd be pretty interesting.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes.
Yep. Well, it's been way over 4 hours.
Yeah, and my roommates actually want me to make them dinner.
Real? Oh, you're on dinner duty. Okay,
yes, I am. Well, I was gonna wait around this time anyway because one of our roommates is probably starting to get ready to go home from work.
Okay. So
I wanted everything
timing
to be fresh for them. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. Where can people find you? Do you want to plug anything in addition to the podcast?
Sure. I mean, if you want to watch my streams, I don't know what you would.
Shut the fuck up.
You can find me on YouTube.
Don't you dare badmouth my guest.
Okay. You can find me on YouTube under RazorwindVT, and same can be said for actually. I think it's RazorwindVT. Did I put the channel thing on it like a
I'm
lot of
gonna
YouTubers do?
don't bother with the exact links. Just give them the channels, and
Yeah.
I'll link your stuff in the
Yeah.
description.
So I am under RazorwindVT in YouTube, and the same for Twitch at RazorwindVT.
Fantastic.
Same with my Twitter.
Yeah. And when the podcast actually gets a name, we'll announce that separately.
Yes. I feel like we should probably do like a short episode where we introduce each other.
Listen, you're the showrunner. I'm not going to occupy my bandwidth with that. That's not my
Yeah,
pig, not my farm.
No, I understand that. But yeah, it should be an interesting little project. I think it'll do well.
Well, more than happy to contribute to that. Well, okay,
Yeah,
then I
you.
guess it's time for you to get the fuck back into the kitchen.
Yep. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for inviting me on.
Listen, thank you for coming on. Always a pleasure to have you. Again,
absolutely.
Nobody's stopping us from doing this again sometime. Especially since
I would
this
definitely like to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, this is technically the second time you're here. It's just that, people at home don't get the privilege of listening to the first part.
Yeah, I fucked up on my end on that one. So
that's all right. Again, I had fun. They just don't get to listen to it. So I guess sucks to suck.
Yeah, sucks to suck.
All right. Well, thanks for coming, man.